call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for Tuesday, August 25th to order. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our council meeting is being held electronically as allowed for by the Iowa Code. For those who are going to be desiring to provide input on any item, you can do so as a video participant by going to zoom.us/J/826-593-023. And if you wish, you could go onto the City of Ames website under Government and City Council Meetings. You can find a hot link on our agenda. There's also a toll-free number that you can call in on. That's 1-888-475-4499. You'll need to enter in the Zoom meeting ID, which is 826-593-023. And that Zoom meeting ID can also be found on the website. As before, we also on our youtube.com/Ames channel 12 or cityofames.org channel 12 being live streamed, or you can watch it on Mediacom channel 12. Council tonight, we are working from an amended agenda. There are two items that have been added. One is on consent, and that is under item 13, and that's a resolution approving amendment to public improvements agreement for Kingsbury subdivision, 4th edition. And also, excuse me, there's another item which we have added also. Oh, I'm sorry, under administration, under item 19. And that item, that was sent out last night by staff to all of you. And staff has requested pulling items number 7 and number 13 from the agenda, from the consent agenda this evening. So any motion on consent shall be less items 7 and 13 at the request of staff. So does council wish to pull any consent items this evening? Hearing and seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve consent as amended unless items 7 and 13.
So moved.
Second.
Betcher and B.D. Hansen seconded. Thank you. Roll call.
Betcher. Aye. Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
B.D. Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go on to public forum. This is a time set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business other than those listed on the agenda. And for those who are interested in addressing council relative to the item 17 draft of ordinance draft of face coverings, there will be public input allowed. So this would not be the time to address council on this particular topic. And I will open the public forum. And Brian, is there anyone who has raised their hand or indicated thusly by phone?
Mayor, I do not see anyone who has raised their hand.
Okay. We will go ahead and close public forum. Move on to item number 16, discussion with asset volunteers regarding FY 2021-22 asset priorities. And I'll turn it over to Deb and let her review the item. Go ahead, Deb. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are at that time of year again to talk about the asset process and the funder priorities for fiscal year 21-22. The volunteers will be making their liaison visits to the agencies here in the next couple of months. They'll be writing their reports, and agencies will be submitting their budgets here at the end of September. And so the funder priorities are very important because they help guide the volunteers in the funding recommendations. And it is just one source of information that the volunteers use. They also look at their reports that they write and share those reports online. We look at outcome data that's included in the budgets. And then we also look at trend data that is becoming available through Clear Impact Scorecard. And that is the tool that the United Way uses and provides the information for assets. So there's just a variety of sources that the volunteers use in coming up with recommendations that ultimately come to you for final approval. So the priorities that are before you are written and outlined the same as they were a year ago. So they're the priorities that we're using this current year. And if you recall, they underwent significant change last year because not only did we prioritize each main heading, but we then prioritized each bullet point under the headings. And the feedback from the volunteers was that that was very helpful. It was very useful as they worked through their discussions and decision making on the funding recommendations last year. And I do want to point out we have at least 2, maybe 3 of the city's volunteers with us tonight, and so they are here to help answer any questions or provide comments as the discussion continues. I want to also point out that work started a little over a year ago, probably getting close to a year and a half now, on a joint set of priorities amongst all the funders. We were looking for some commonalities that may exist to come up with shared priorities. We have a draft of that, but we also wanted to pull information in from the 2020 Community Needs Assessment. And that assessment started earlier this calendar year. It has come to kind of a slow halt because of the pandemic, but we are looking at getting that process going again here real soon. But we don't have the information available for the volunteers to use for the process starting in January. So more to come on that, but we will certainly keep you posted when the results of that assessment are made available, and how those can be used then in individual funder priorities or a joint set of priorities. So I'll entertain any questions or comments.
Deb, I'm wondering if either Jenny or Tim want to offer any input before council proceeds with asking questions of you and also of them. Jenny, any comments or input?
Sure. It was really helpful this year to have the priorities in order because, as you all know, there's never enough funding to go around, but it made it a lot easier to make decisions who would get any leftover or who would get the bulk of whatever we were deciding on for that amount of money. So it was very helpful this year.
How about you, Tim?
Yeah, thank you for allowing us to participate tonight. The feedback from the council is very helpful for us. We have a lot of borderline decisions in prioritizing the funding, and your input is really valuable for us. And as a process, we want to keep in mind the priorities that need to be clarified as we meet, especially in December and January, and get back to you on decision points where we might be in a gray area where we'd want your input. But what you've done is very helpful, and the process is working pretty well.
Well, Tim and Jenny, on behalf of council, I want to thank you for all your efforts. I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I know that you believe in the program, and certainly council does too, and our other funders, ISU government and the county and United Way. But on behalf of all of us, thank you for the efforts you put in. I know it's a very hard decision, and we only see the end product, but it's voluminous or it's large. It's lots of stuff, and I know you really take it seriously, and would anticipate that we're going to have some additional needs coming on the backside of COVID-19 as well too. So I'll be interested to hear how you process all that going forward. So again, Thank you. Council, I'll open it up to you for questions for Deb, Tim, or Jenny.
I had one. I see that disaster response is under number 1, but is the last priority in number 1. And I'm curious, like, do you have a sense, is that an appropriate place for it? Like, we don't always have them, right? But this year we did. And so if that were higher in the list of priorities, on a year we didn't need it, it wouldn't matter. But on a year we did, it would come into play. Like, do you think it should be higher on the list of the prioritized sub bullets on that one?
So what disaster response covers, the services that are in the asset process for it, are primarily from RSVP, their volunteer management that they do for disaster services and disaster recovery. And then Salvation Army has staff that attend the Disaster Coalition and help plan and respond to disasters. So those are the two agencies and the services that are primarily involved through the asset process and responding to disasters. And I had the question earlier today. So does the funding work where the first item being childcare, does that always get fully funded? And then does the food pantries, does that get the next line of funding? And it doesn't necessarily work like that. We look at all of these priorities in conjunction with what the agencies are requesting for budgets. Sometimes an agency will come in and they may ask for the same amount of money as they're getting the current year or less. There's not always an increase, but there could be reasons for flat funding or a decreased funding. And so we have to take that into consideration as well. But where the priorities really come in handy is if when we're looking at a particular service and there's across the board, it may raise up higher on the city's priority list and maybe not as much on United Way or the counties. And so then the city kind of takes the lead on making sure that we've got adequate funding that's going towards that service. So it is used in conjunction with the other funders' priorities when all the services are being looked at. Now, Bron, if you feel like we need to bump disaster response up, that is entirely up to you. It doesn't lose its importance based on where it's placed with the bullet point. I mean, we experienced the disaster here recently, and we know from history we have those disasters. It's important for the agencies to plan and have volunteers ready to respond to disasters. So it doesn't necessarily increase funding or decrease funding based on where it is at within the bullet points.
No, thank you. That's helpful.
Anybody else have questions or comments they wish to share with Deb, Jenny, or Tim?
I just want to comment that I think that the asset team is doing a great job with limited funds, and interpreting those multiple joint funders' priorities is not easy. So I'm continually impressed. Thank you very much.
Deb, I did ask a question this afternoon, and you did a really good job of helping me understand it. And it had to do with the under the subheading, the priority categories and sub bullets are in order of priority. And the question I had is that does the asset team look only at number 1 to begin with and try and fill all those first and then go to 2 and then go on to 3, or is it looking at all 3 of those and then understanding that council's priority under number 1 is the first bullet, we want to try and hit that one first, and then the second under number 2, the first bullet and part of the reason I'm asking is that we probably anticipate there could be some additional mental health and substance abuse issues on the backside of COVID-19, the impact it's having on those in our community. And so you did a good job of just kind of filling, just sharing for, not only for council, but also for those who may be watching and wondering about that.
Yeah, so we know, given the kind of year that we've had, that other needs are going to arise as we're working through the budgets with the agencies and the services that come forward. We do have 2 new agencies that will be in the process starting for fiscal year 22, and that is primary health care. And they are assuming the operations of the dental clinic. And then we also have another nonprofit, Wings of Refuge, whose main service area is serving individuals recovering from human trafficking. So that's a newer service to the asset process, and definitely overlaps with other services that have been funded through the process for a long time. I'm starting to wonder if the bullet points, prioritizing them may be a little more confusing than helpful, but we've heard from the volunteers it does help guide them. I just want to assure that we look at all of these and kind of match those up then with the other funders' priorities when we're going through all of the services in January. So if we're sitting there and we get to, food pantry services, and I'm not saying this is the case, but let's say it's a little bit lower priority for United Way, but it's higher for the city, then it could be that the city's going to look at providing some more dollars towards it. And United Way will then look at some of their services that they fund through Raising Readers. More so than the city, based on where their funder priorities are at. So we really do kind of do that. We do this comparison game and try to really look at everything comprehensively and through the lens of each and every funder, so that we're funding things to the best of our ability. But the other big piece to this is outcomes, and we've been talking about that for a long time. The 2 volunteers that are now Tim and Jenny have heard it for a long time. Amber and Tim, when you were on Asset, we were talking about it then, and we're really inching in that direction with the Clear Impact Scorecard, and then with the other reporting that agencies do. So we look at those as well. Are they meeting the need that the community is saying they need, and are they doing a good job of it? Are they falling short? And we take all of that into consideration when we're making these allocations. So even though things are prioritized, it's not that all the money goes into basic needs or mental health or youth development. We really try to compare this with how the other funders are aligning their priorities, and then making sure that the funding, as Jenny said, the limited funding that we have goes as far as it can. It's a long answer. I apologize for that, but it's how the process works, and we do use other sources of information to help complement the funders' priorities.
Thank you. And do you anticipate that we'll have, hopefully, get COVID under control to the point that we can get the community needs assessment finished? So then hopefully by this time next year, we can maybe start talking a little bit about making sure that we're hitting on all the priorities or all the needs that do exist if they were missing something.
Yes, I believe so. The Story County Quality of Life Alliance, the group that's been leading the community needs assessment, we met in July, and that was the first we had met since March. Canceled our meeting for August, but we're going to start meeting up again then in September, and we're taking a little bit different approach to it. to complement the work that's already been done through the focus groups and the survey that went out earlier this year. But then also pulling in, experts in the variety of fields and services to get their opinions on what have they been seeing since the pandemic started, and what other needs are starting to show up in the community that we need to address and be aware of. So we're looking at early 2021 and would have time then to get it, all the information pulled together, get the results out to the public and all the funders, and hopefully use that then a year from now when we're talking priorities and shared priorities.
Thank you. Any closing comments or questions? Otherwise, we'll move on to the motion. Seeing none, entertain a motion on approving City of Ames asset priorities for FY 2021-2022 funding cycle.
So moved.
Second.
Betcher, seconded. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried 6-0. Again, Jenny and Tim, thank you very much for joining us this evening and all your efforts. And I echo what Gloria says, you're doing an amazing job. And thanks for your service. And thank you for helping lead this from a staff perspective. And I know you've have a long history with it, and it's invaluable. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna move on to item number 17, draft face covering ordinance. And I would like to just make a few opening comments before we get into this issue, and then we'll just kind of review how tonight's gonna transpire, because I'm sure that many people that are participating tonight are interested in this particular topic. 15 days ago, we were hit by a citywide storm, and it was very shortly thereafter we had an amazing outpouring of people in the community working and helping one another, not to mention our city staff working countless hours to get power back to everybody. In a similar way, we've been fighting for 5 months the effects of this COVID-19 virus, and I have reported to council on many occasions the fact that from the county level to our local healthcare providers to the school districts, local mayors, Iowa State, we have all worked extremely hard and cooperatively, and that includes the community. They've done an awful lot of very positive things. They come and help with childcare. They come and help with food pantry, and just goes on and on and on. And I just can't honestly be prouder of the response that our community has had, not only to the derecho, if I'm saying that correctly, maybe I'm not, and this pandemic. But I have to share from I have a heavy heart, and I'm very concerned about this topic and its effect potentially on the community. And I'm sharing it as mayor. I'm sharing it, and I'm talking hopefully to the entire community, that we just want to continue working together. And I would just be devastated to see something or an issue become so divisive that it starts tearing us apart, because we are successful. We are being successful and want to see us continue being successful. Council will attest to the fact that we have gotten probably between 200 and 300 emails on this topic, not just in the last few days, but over the last couple of months. This has been a topic that the 6 council members have talked about a lot. We talked about it openly in council meetings in a transparent fashion. It's been an apolitical approach, and it's one that is out of a heart of wanting to do what's best for the community. And I don't doubt for a minute that every person who wrote to us and email want the best for the community as well too. We have emails from people who are so passionate about having a face mask ordinance and mandate in place that it's amazing. And we also have people that are absolutely positively, vehemently against it for a wide variety of reasons. Tonight, the decision the council makes, there will probably be people who will not be happy. Maybe there's a lot of people that won't be happy with the outcome. But I would encourage everyone to step back and think, how can we work together as a community and continue to do so in such a way that we have a positive outcome? And these are hard decisions. And I think for many of us who may have watched the school board, they wrestled with going back to school, and they spent hours and hours and hours talking about it. We spent 2 hours last week talking about this. We talked about it prior to now. This is not a defensive posture. It's just more or less the fact is we take this very seriously. And so as we open up and have the conversation and open up public input, I would ask every person in our community to realize that it's only by working together, not basically being critical of one another, are we really going to be successful in the undertaking. And I believe that we can accomplish that together with all the students at Iowa State and all the people that live here year round, including those who also are students. And so to that end, I'm confident we can do it, and it has to do with attitude and how we approach this situation. So with that, I want to just review a little bit of the process we'll go through tonight. And just for everyone's understanding, this is a draft ordinance that council is considering tonight. This is not what we call the first reading. This is for council discussion, and we will have public input tonight on it. And then council will give direction to staff on how to proceed or not proceed with this. We'll first ask Mark to kind of go through what he's prepared. And Mark, I think it'd be very helpful that if council, if you'd indulge Mark and I when we get started, is if you could just go through. I think it's important for people to understand what is and is not required in this. I think there's been a lot of confusion in terms of the amount of requirement in terms or lack of requirement for wearing masks, because I think that'd be helpful to maybe assuage some people's apprehensions, in particular when they're outside and exercising or riding bikes or whatever. After Mark is done, we'll have council will ask questions, have some initial conversation. Then, for the first time, I'm going to ask Brian to help me, and we'll do a poll of those who are participants and ask them to raise their hand if they're in favor of the mask ordinance and those who are not in favor of it. Just to kind of get this unscientific poll, but just kind of get an idea. And after that, Brian, I'm going to ask you to try and to ask people who want to address council to raise their hand all at once, because I'm going to use that to gauge how long we're going to go ahead and allow. We'll have either 2 or 3 minutes allowed for each person to speak. If there's a huge number of people, we're going to limit it to 2. If it's a handful of people, we'll go up to 3 minutes. After that, we'll close public input, and council will go ahead and have further discussion, make motions, and then give direction to Mark. And then Mark, the goal would be is then in 2 weeks you come back. If council decides to move forward with an ordinance, you come back on September, I think it's 8th, I think, or 9th. Be the first, second Tuesday in September. Is that correct?
I believe that, yeah, the next meeting is the scheduled meeting is the second Tuesday of September.
Right. So you would have a
September 8th.
Sorry, thank you. Okay. So then what would happen would be is that there would again be public input on this on the basis the council decides to move forward with this, or modified or not modified. Then there'd be public input on the first reading, and then there's 2 more readings that would follow thereafter. So anyway, the process that we're going through, we're not trying to slam this down anybody's throws, but it is a process that's been set up, and we're endeavoring to follow the same process. Okay? So Mark, would you please just go ahead and just review what you prepared? I don't mean having to read through it verbatim, but just kind of give,
Sure.
An overview, and I think highlighting, in general, what is and isn't required or set forth in the ordinance as well too.
Sure thing, Mayor. Thank you very much. So I started out with a preamble, and we usually don't put preambles in our ordinances, but in this case, I thought it was a good idea. So, and that just sort of lays out both the public health and the legal arguments in favor of the city passing such an ordinance. And then the basic requirement that I drafted is that every person in the city of Ames who's 3 years of age or older must wear a face covering that completely covers the person's nose and mouth under the following circumstances. And then basically talks about, outside whenever you cannot stay 6 feet away from other people, in businesses and public settings where the public is invited in. So grocery stores, convenience stores, other types of businesses. So you'd have to wear a face covering there. And then there's some exceptions. First of all, the ordinance would only apply as I drafted it. And again, anything in this can be changed at this point because this is just a draft. I put 3 years of age or older to have to wear the mask, so that would exclude 1 and 2 year olds. And anyway, the other, the ordinance goes on to say that a person's not required to wear a face covering while traveling in a personal vehicle, alone or with household members. We tried to write these exclusions for, where it really didn't make much sense to have a mandate. Someone's driving by themselves in a car, so we wanted to be considerate of the public and try to have reasonable exceptions to this. So another one, when the person's in the person's household or the person's own yard or in another person's household, while outside where you can have 6 feet of separation from other people, while at the person's place of employment where 6 feet of physical separation can be maintained. An exception for exercising at moderate or high intensity. So if you're jogging or out power walking or riding your bicycle, you wouldn't be required to wear a face covering. Obviously, like when you're in the process of eating or drinking in a restaurant or bar, you wouldn't be required to have the face covering on while you were eating and drinking, which would make it difficult. And then we gone and just exempt some people from the ordinance completely. And again, just looking at the other ordinances and the mayor's proclamations that have been issued on this topic by other cities in Iowa and our own thinking about it, we just sort of reemphasized that persons younger than 3 years of age are exempted. People that have a medical condition causing difficult breathing or they're on oxygen or a ventilator, anyone that's been advised by a medical or behavioral health professional not to wear face coverings, anyone who's unconscious or incapacitated. And then there's an exclusion for public safety personnel, firefighters, police officers, still sort of encourages them to wear them when possible, but doesn't absolutely mandate that they wear them. I set a $50 fine in this. Again, everything can be changed, but the $50 fine, the thought was it was significant enough that it would make people want to comply. It was not excessive, and I just set a $50 per incident as a starting point here for discussion. Also made note that education and encouragement was the first step, and that citation would be a last resort. And then I added a sunset clause to it because I don't think anyone has in mind that this will be a permanent ordinance going on forever. So, it's just until the pandemic is through. So, and I chose May 31st of 2021. That may not be long enough. That may be too long. That can always be altered too. But I thought it made sense to have an ending date to this ordinance. So That's it in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer any questions or whatever.
Questions or comments from Mark?
I do have a question, maybe a follow-up too, if I may.
Please.
Okay, so if I think a little context about one of the aspects of our discussion is useful here, and that is that we've recognized that there are some potential legal problems with the way this is currently drafted, right? You had previously advised that an ordinance like this might not pass legal muster given the current circumstance. Is that right?
Yes, yes. And to give a quick overview of that, the Iowa Attorney General issued what's called an informal opinion that said that when the governor has exercised her authority to declare a public health emergency, that essentially that she has all the authority to manage that. And because there's a section of the Iowa Code that says she can delegate that authority, and she has not delegated that authority, therefore cities or counties do not have the authority to pass these sort of ordinances. There's another strain of legal thought out there, and that other strain of legal thought is that we have a provision in the Iowa Constitution about home rule authority, and that cities can typically legislate on any topic as long as it doesn't conflict with state law. And under that legal analysis, there are attorneys who believe that cities absolutely have the authority to do this. I have advised that I think the Attorney General's opinion is correct, and I've advised the council of that. I've also said I cannot tell you that if you pass such an ordinance, it would be unlawful. And I don't think anyone can tell you that, because there is no clear answer to that question. None of us is going to know until someday there's an Iowa Supreme Court ruling on this. And there are certainly things that if the council wanted to do something and I thought it was illegal, I would absolutely say that's illegal. You can't do it. This is not one of them. I mean, there is no clear answer here. So I'm giving you my advice, but I also recognize that, this other legal theory is actually very persuasive and valid, but, is it right? I don't know. And so, when, whichever way the council decides to go on this, there could be, potentially a legal challenge if the council decides to pass it. And, maybe someday we'll have a court ruling by us or, us involved or someone else involved, some other city. But for the time being, we really don't know the answer. So I'm not advising you that it would be unlawful to pass this ordinance. I am giving you my advice that I think the AG's opinion is right. But, those are two separate questions.
Great, thank you. So if I could ask one follow-up question. If we start from this draft ordinance that you prepared at our request, and we wanted to change it to make it an ordinance that, in your opinion, would be completely in the clear legally, so that it would just remove that controversy, even though I know there's uncertainty about it. But what could we do to this ordinance in order to sort of definitively put it in a clear place?
If you removed the penalty and absolutely stated there was no penalty, and you would have to do that because we have a catch-all ordinance that says any city ordinance that doesn't specify a penalty is a municipal infraction, and that sets out a schedule of fines. So you'd have to affirmatively state that there's no penalty. But if you passed this ordinance with a statement in there that there is no penalty for violation of this ordinance, then I do not see how a court could possibly determine that it was conflicting with the governor's proclamation, because we're not exercising that authority, right? I mean, that's the whole point, that she's got the authority, we don't, according to the AG, and we wouldn't be exercising that authority if we didn't have a penalty. So I think that is a way to pass something that would, I hate to use the word guarantee ever, but I think that's sort of the one thing you could do that would probably, likely, very likely, make it that we would not, it would not be found to be unlawful.
Okay, and I'm almost done. So if we were to do something like that, then we would be left with an ordinance that says things like people are required to wear face coverings in these circumstances. Other people are exempt. Some situations make you exempt, but violations are no longer punishable by a fine. Rather, we would be looking to say something like violators may be encouraged to consider wearing a face covering or something along those lines.
Yeah, you could say that, or you could leave it with, you're required to, but there's no penalty. And, I think it gets you to the same place. I think if you just simply say there's no penalty and you leave the language that, pretty much as it is, it sort of makes it clear that this is an expectation that the council has, but again, we're not going to enforce it, but this is our expectation.
And a person who feels very aggrieved by this expectation could just say, I understand it's a requirement, but there's no penalty, and sorry, I'm not going to do it right now.
Right.
Okay, thanks, that covers it for me.
Okay.
Mark, could I follow up? So I think David's idea is very interesting. I'd like to explore it a bit further. So do we have any other examples in our city code where we require something but there's no penalty to encourage enforcement?
Not that I can think of. I think this would be unique.
And so maybe we're sort of splitting hairs and wordsmithing this, but what would be the practical difference between a resolution saying we strongly encourage the use of masks? How would you compare that to a quote unquote mandate that has no penalty and no enforcement at all? Aren't they functionally equivalent?
I would say functionally equivalent. If there's a difference, it's a very subtle one, and that maybe I could argue that that's a stronger statement to put it in an ordinance. That's really telling the public, like, look, this is our expectation. It's different than just encouraging. It's like, we've got an expectation here. Maybe it sends a stronger message being an ordinance rather than a resolution. That's really it. But I think you're right. It's functionally equivalent to a resolution.
In some ways, if I was a strong proponent of a mask mandate, I think my feelings would be hurt, because it's almost as if the city is saying, well, we actually don't think it's that big of a deal because we're not willing to put any kind of penalty on it. And so in not having a penalty, that also sends a message in some ways about the strengths of our position. I think we would have a unanimous, well, let me just stay with that. So would you agree with what I just said on that?
Yeah, I think no matter which way you go on this, you're going to have people that are upset. So, and I'm not advocating for taking the penalty out. That's an option that you have, but my mind just goes to, you have an ordinance, you put a penalty in there to make people comply with the ordinance. But as I've had discussions about this, and I was asked at some point, like, what could we do to kind of make sure that this would not be found to be unlawful, and other than not passing it, the other option would be to remove the penalty. But and again, I want to make very clear, I'm not advocating one way or the other on it. But yeah, it's no matter what you do, there will be people that are upset.
So let's play this out. If someone did not have a mask, would there even be any enforcement at all? If there's no possible penalty, what good would an adjudication of their guilt be if there's no penalty? So Is it fair to say that there just wouldn't be any enforcement at all?
I think that's fair to say, because I don't think the police would be telling people they had to wear a mask because it's, without a penalty, it's not really a mandate.
And did you have a chance to look at any other jurisdictions that had a penalty to see what they provided for the amount of the penalty?
I looked at the other ones in Iowa, and they varied. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but Dubuque's was just like a $10 fine for the first offense. Others were higher. Some made it a simple misdemeanor. So, which could be a much bigger fine and even potential jail time. Though that rarely happens, the simple misdemeanor. But it's, I didn't look around the country at the other jurisdictions that have passed mask mandates.
I did a little bit of research, and I just came up with an article for California, and it varies. So in California, the municipalities have very varying fines. In Beverly Hills, the first offense is $100, but in Riverside, it's $1,000. And so it's amazing. California, there's a wide range of fines, and so we generally use the level of fines or the level of offense to communicate the seriousness of the offense. And so I worry what it communicates if we have no fine at all. And then just to clarify, have you had any further discussions with the Story County attorney on this issue?
No, I have not.
Okay. But it was your opinion. Have you talked with Tim Meals, or who did you speak with before?
With Ethan Anderson.
Okay, so he does the civil work, and it's
right.
his opinion that a mandate would be unenforceable.
It's his view that the county shouldn't pass a mandate because of the Attorney General's opinion.
Okay, so it lacks authority.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mark, I guess this is sort of a follow-up on Tim's question. And actually, Steve, you maybe have an answer to this too. Do we have ordinances on the books that have steep fines that are rarely, if ever, imposed on anyone?
I think we do. Off the top of my head, without looking at them, I know we have some places where we have pretty significant fines for things, but I couldn't, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you without going and looking. But I know we have some pretty steep fines for some of our municipal infractions.
The reason I ask that is because I'm not really sure that the amount of a fine is acting as a deterrent consistently in Ames. My experience, even with smaller penalties for things like uncovered trash cans, is that we tend to educate before we impose any sort of citation or fine, and that education is usually the first recourse that we have, rather than letting the amount of a fine deter somebody. And so I don't know, Tim, whether having any amount of fine is going to act as a deterrent, when evidence in the past has said that it really doesn't deter much of anything. And if our goal is to have consistent messaging and education opportunities, and to have a tool that may be available and that could be changed to add a penalty should the authority be granted to us, should the situation change, should the law be settled, it seems like the ordinance makes more sense as a means of establishing what we are trying to establish and meeting our goals, and also allowing us to pivot to a different situation in the future, whereas a proclamation or a resolution may not allow that same kind of pivot were we to remove I'm getting confused. If we remove the clause in the ordinance, it would allow us to pivot to a different set of circumstances. And the clause, I mean, the penalty clause.
Other comments or questions for Mark before we move into public comment?
I have a question. So the sunset clause is currently set at May 31st, 2021. If we decided that we thought that was too far off, we could easily change that date. And then if we were still having issues with the pandemic at that point, we could extend the ordinance, correct? That date
That's
is
correct. That's correct. And you could, the council could tell me tonight to change that date too, and I could bring it back with a different date. I just tried to choose something that was far enough out, but didn't seem too far out. But you're right; it can be changed, Rachel, at any point up until that date.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
You're muted, John.
Thank you. What, you can't read my lips? Sorry. I'll start over. We'll move on to public comment. And Brian, it appears we have probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 or 60 people, I believe, would probably be interested in this topic. Let's just try this tonight. First thing we're going to do is we're just going to take an informal, unscientific poll. Those who are present, would they raise their hand by pushing raise a hand button either on their Brian, why don't you walk us through it? You have a raise a hand function on computer, but you can push what, *9, is that right? Or #9?
Yeah, so for people participating via phone, you can indicate your hand, you'd like to raise your hand by pressing *9. And then for people participating on a computer or a mobile device, there should be a raise hand button. Now, I understand, Mayor, you wanted to conduct a poll of...
Yep, to see how people are in favor and opposed to what's being proposed, and then we're going to go ahead and find out after that how many are interested in addressing council.
So I will lower everyone's hand, and if you are in favor of the proposed ordinance, please indicate so by raising your hand, and I will count you up.
Just to be clear, this is the proposed ordinance in the packet without any changes, right?
Correct. Thank you, David.
I count 12 hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you. All right.
I'm going to lower all of your hands. And if you are opposed to the proposed ordinance, please indicate so by raising your hand at this time. Mayor, I count 37 raised hands.
Okay. Now, if you lower everybody's hands and see how many people wish to address council this evening in public comment.
Okay, if you wish to address the council, please indicate so by raising your hand. Mayor, we have 14 people who have raised their hand.
Okay. All right, anticipating that there may be a few after that. here's what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to ask people to limit their comments to essentially 2.5 minutes. Brian, why don't you explain the process we'll go through, and I will just remind people that before you start your comments, if you'd introduce your first and last name and also your street address, and then you can go ahead and proceed making your comments. Brian, why don't you go ahead and explain the process we'll go through?
Okay, I will go through each person one by one and press a button that allows you to speak. Once I press that button, I'll indicate your name, and you can, at that time, unmute yourself, provide your name and address per the mayor's request, and provide your comments. So the first individual is Paschen.
Okay, and also people will be allowed to make comments once. There will not be a second or third time tonight to make to offer input. Secondly is brainless. If you've sent an email in, the council has read. I'm sure they read all the emails and aware of that. There's no need to go through all the emails. Just actually try and focus on the points you want to make. And 3 is if you agree with someone else who has already made the same kind of points, you could just, for the sake of time, just say you agree with the previous person, and if you want to add additional points. I'm not trying additional issues. I'm not trying to limit people's input. It's just more or less to be efficient so we can keep the time going. So go ahead, you introduce yourself and your address, and please start.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Cindy Paschen. I am speaking as a surrogate for my husband, John, who is the chair of the Story County Board of Health. And this is a volunteer job that John has done happily for about 20 years. He was invited to join the Board of Health, I believe, by Paul Toot, the late, great Paul Toot. And John's biggest concern as a pediatrician, as chair of the Board of Health, and what he tried to convey in his email to you all is that masks do work. Okay, the evidence that he gave you, one piece of evidence was out of a hair salon in Missouri, and 2 stylists wore their masks with customers. They both developed COVID. It's thought that they gave it to one another during cigarette breaks or lunch breaks, but none of the clients got it. So that's like a pretty strong piece of evidence. The other incident that John spoke to you about was in Georgia at a sleepover camp. Masks were not required, and as you would guess, there were a lot of children that developed COVID, a lot of staff that developed COVID, and some of those children get very sick. There was a thought early on in this process that children could not pass COVID along to other people, and that's just not true. So I appreciate your time. I won't talk any longer. I could talk all day about this, but thank you so much for listening and for having the best interests of Ames in your hearts.
Thank you, Cindy. Cindy, what's your street address, please?
It's, I have 2. One is in Hamilton County on Little Wall Lake Road, and the other is at 2117 Graber.
2117 Graber. Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, the next individual to speak is Drew Meyer. Drew, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, yeah, as said, my name is Drew Meyer, 3805 Calhoun Avenue. Firstly, I just wanted to address how ironic it is that our leadership is considering further restrictions in the midst of the pandemic on the very day where Story County marks 0 hospitalizations. I think it's ironic that there are not trends or metrics that we're looking at to make life on our residents more restrictive. Secondly, I would strongly encourage you to consider religious exemptions for any further precautions as we move forward through this pandemic. That's a bedrock of our nation. And I felt like the last city council meeting last Tuesday on the 18th was rather appalling as to how quickly the house of worship exemption was dismissed. And so moving forward, I would strongly encourage you to consider those sorts of exemptions. I believe that houses of worship should be safe havens from the over politicized and divisive culture that we live in. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for serving our city in these difficult times.
Thank you, Drew.
The next individual to speak is Lee Ann Wilson.
Hello, my name is Leanne Wilson. I live at 5326 Springbrook Drive in West Ames. You had an email from me, which I think conveyed my sense that this is both essential and urgent. You have a mask ordinance. I just wanted to add as a footnote that I hope that the action of cities like Ames to adopt mandates will actually get rid of the problem that you're wrestling with by persuading the governor to issue a statewide mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne.
The next person to speak is David Gravlin.
Good evening. Like you said, my name is David Gravlin. I live at 3425 Taft Avenue, in Ames. And I'd like to thank you first and foremost for the open process that you have followed and taken in this and many other issues for our city. Thank you for the leadership and the time that you put into this. I would like to address a couple of things that my representative, Mrs. Betcher, brought up, and a couple of questions I had in response to that. The first is in looking about, or talking about placing an ordinance in place now in order to pivot later and amend it later. The question I had with that is, if we can amend it later, why can't we go ahead and pass an ordinance later as well? It doesn't seem like that necessarily had a necessary thing for this time. The other was our focus on education when it came to other penalties and other things within the municipality. Again, it seemed to beg the question of why not then focus on education exclusively in this aspect and convince rather than spend a great number of resources and legal effort when it may not be needed. The other, I just like to remind people that this is not necessarily a critique one way or the other on the effectiveness of masks, but instead it's more on the authority and the enforcement of a mandate here in our city. Just as the mayor, Mr. Halo, mentioned earlier, our city has come together in multiple adversities and voluntarily, both businesses and individuals, seen the needs and address the needs. And so with that, I would like to say that I see this mandate as unnecessary and divisive in its nature, even though I understand that the intent is good. And I will leave it at that. Once again, thank you for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments, David.
The next person to speak is Maines.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time and effort on this. My name is Justin Maines at 427 13th Street. I believe that the mask ordinance is unnecessary. I do believe that it is a very divisive issue. I believe that you're inviting people who wouldn't normally be polarized by such things, who are normal, great citizens of Ames. You're inviting them to stand firm on a topic that doesn't need to be stood firm on. I believe that sorry, we have kids in the background. I believe that we just enjoy our freedoms. We enjoy living life. I believe that making a mandate where we are mandated to produce something that is affecting us every day, that is affecting us in the manner of dress and the manner of everything that we do is kind of a very strong restriction on the freedoms that we enjoy here. I also am a business owner. I have a hard time telling my guys when we are out in the field working construction that we're going to have to wear masks on days like today when it is 97 degrees, whether or not we're performing what you would call a strenuous activity or not. Just standing around the water cooler, it is very hard to, as a good leader, mandate that for my gentlemen that work for me and work very hard for me. Again, thank you for your time. I know this is not a easy topic to wrestle with. One last thing, I just want to know if any of you have questioned the governor about this, if any of you have rallied as strong as you're rallying for this thing to her, saying, hey, why is there not something in place from you? I don't understand, I guess, why, if we haven't exhausted all efforts to implore her to change things like we want to be seen, why we need to take it into our own hands and revolt against that authority that we're given. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. And we'll finish all the public comment. I will just give you an update on what efforts have been done, not only by our city, but also by others regarding the governor.
Mayor, the next person to speak is Paige McGovern.
Hello, I'm Matt Page. I am her husband. My name is Joe. I live at 531 Crystal Street. Like everybody said, I appreciate all the work that this council's been doing and all the thought and effort you've been putting into this decision. It is a big decision. And just like you were saying, Mayor Hala, at the beginning, I really appreciate our community, that we are so concerned with protecting one another and keeping one another safe. And although that desire is good, I think that the current means through which we're going to enact such a desire into law is very dangerous. This decision that we're making, just to remind everybody, is opposing our city council and state legal counsel. It's also outside the scope of our authority within the context of our state democracy. Ignoring our legal counsel limits of power sets a very dangerous precedent. It allows future decisions made by this council to reference this choice as a reason why we can ignore legal counsel and established authority. I also think that the authority of our local government becomes void if we do not submit to the government of the state. And just because other municipalities within our state are abusing this and overreaching their limits of power doesn't mean that we need to do that too. I strongly oppose this decision, if you can't tell, and just want to encourage all of us to soberly consider the ramifications this resolution could have on our children and grandchildren and all the other decisions that will be made by this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Mayor, the next person to speak is a phone call individual whose phone number ends in 831.
Hi, Hi, this is Ruth Holstrom, 214 East 16th Street. I guess I have some concerns about the way that the current draft is written in terms of how it outlines masking for children three and under. I have two small children, one that's 5.5, and I'll say that I've had the most difficult time getting him to adhere to masking, and I just think about all the other parents, I guess, kind of with similar situations, maybe with multiple little ones, and how this mask mandate might impact them. And I definitely support the idea of wearing masks in the right circumstances. And I think overall I support the mask mandate. But I do have some concerns regarding the age requirements, as well as how it could potentially impact childcare providers who are really need to be able to engage closely with young ones. And just knowing all of the changes that a lot of childcare facilities have made to try and make their facilities safer for the children, but don't necessarily wear masks in the presence of their children because they feel that they need to be able to have that face-to-face connection. So I as drafted, I don't feel like I could support the mask mandate. Now, if some changes were made potentially, then I might feel more comfortable. And I also have some concerns in terms of what the cost, in terms of the legal costs of trying to watch this mask mandate, potentially what the city might incur, and where that financing is coming from in terms of what we wouldn't be able to necessarily support. So I'd like to know, I guess, what the city attorney feels we might be incurring in terms of costs, and where the council might find the funding to essentially move forward and be able to legally kind of make their stance on this mask mandate. So thank you. I know this is a difficult situation to be in, and I appreciate everyone's input on the situation, and council's real deliberation and time, and all of city staff's time on drafting this ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. And the question you raised, we'll ask the city attorney to comment on that after all public inputs received.
The next person to speak is Chris Campbell.
Hello, this is Chris Campbell, 2412 Eaton Avenue. And thanks everybody for the opportunity to speak. I'm not someone with a background in law, so I'll leave the legal issues to people who have that background. My background's in science. And I would like to ask, is there any scientific data that supports the idea that such an ordinance would reduce the number of positive test cases? I'd also like to ask, is there any scientific data to support the idea that children are at risk of getting seriously ill or spreading it to other people? And as someone who has a young child who's about 2.5, is it realistic to expect a 3-year-old child to keep a mask on? Sometimes my wife and I can't even keep or have our daughter keep her diaper on. So I'm not sure about the mask. And so when I say scientific evidence, I mean evidence like randomized controlled trials. I mean, I've heard a lot of people with anecdotes, but those are not scientific. I think it's great that people are passionate about the issue, and no one wants anyone to get sick, but passion isn't really a good way to make public policy. So I don't know if the city council has looked at any scientific data. If they have and they'd like to present it at a future council meeting or put it on the website, I would appreciate it. But I think those are questions we need to consider, because what is the goal? Is it if it's to reduce number of people coming up with the virus, then there should be scientific data before we introduce such a mandate. So thank you, everybody, and that's all I have.
Chris, before you go, you asked the question, scientific data on how masks stop the spread of the virus. That was one of them. 2 was, how are you going to get kids to wear the masks, including your diaper, I guess? And then was there another one that you said scientifically?
Oh, well, yeah, so the second one was, is there evidence that kids are likely to spread it to other people, or are they at risk of getting seriously ill? I noticed that the director of the CDC came out a week or two ago, I think it was, and said that there's about a 1 in a million chance of a child dying from COVID-19. So he was pointing out that they're at very low risk. And that's the CDC director.
Okay.
I think his name is Redfield.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next person to speak is Dan Burns.
Hello, Council. I've written to all of you. Just want to make a few follow-up points to a lot of what I've already heard.
Dan, would you address please first?
4010 Brickman Avenue.
4010. Thank you. Go ahead.
So from the scientific standpoint, if you do pull up trials and studies, I think that they should be limited to pre-2020 just to avoid any politicized studies. There's plenty of evidence for 20 years prior to 2020 that demonstrate that they're not effective. Again, web spacing on masks, sub N95 masks are about 0.3 microns. A viral particle is 0.125 microns. So it actually does not make any sense how you could limit viral spread based on that. There's good videos online too. Doctors, MDs trying on different masks and smoking an e-cig to demonstrate that the e-cig vapors pass directly through all the masks and especially out of the gaps in the mask. So there's just no purpose in wearing a mask. But more fundamentally, it violates the right to the individual's body. And this is going to open the door to vaccine mandates. And especially rushed experimental vaccines. If we mandate masks onto people's faces, I worry that we can then mandate vaccines, which could be very dangerous. And again, we're on the down slope of the curve that we were supposedly flattening. And so I don't understand why now we need to take such extreme measures. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
The next person to speak is Daniel Bell.
Yes, hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My address is 419 18th Street. I'd like to point out there was some ambiguity in your admittedly unscientific poll. I would request, if you would like, maybe next time, to pose the question of yes in any form versus no in any form. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. That's good input. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Tobias Gassman.
Hi, my name is Tobias Gassman, 1605 Burnett Avenue. First off, I'd like to say I do like wearing a mask. I have people in my family that are at risk. That said, I agree with what has been stated as far as religious institutions. It's extremely concerning that you want to mandate what happens inside of churches and other religious institutions in our city. And also, I feel like this opens up the city to a lot of legal issues down the road. If someone were to sue and you don't have the legal backing because you're exceeding your authority, this could become very expensive for the city. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person to speak is Bridget Gassman.
I was muted. I'm sorry. Brigitte Gassman, 1605 Burnett. You had one of my sons just before me. Obviously, we have discussed it. For me, one of the issues is going against the state law. I think that this leads to lawlessness because we say, as a city, we are above the law of the state. And if we say that, then the citizens have the same right. We are above the state of the law of the city. We are above the state of the law of the state. And I'm not sure we are above the law of the government of the United States. And I'm not really sure that as a city, we want to say that. as my son said, we wear masks. We have medical issues in the family with several members. So it's not a statement against masks, but it is a statement against the city council deciding that the city is above the state law. And I think that's a real problem. As my son said, it will probably lead to lawsuits. And who is going to finance that? A class action suit against the city of Ames? For that matter, if we have $50 fines, who is going to make sure that the citizens pay that? And why should they pay it if the state, as a city, is violating state law? So I think it's a problem. That's why I'm opposing it, not because I'm against masks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person to speak is Curtis.
Good evening, Curtis Powers, 731 at 5th Street here in Ames. Appreciate all the time and effort you've just in general. I mean, you guys work a lot of hours, you don't get paid much. It's probably a relatively thankless job. You hear from people who are generally probably angry at you. So appreciate all the work you do. Our family generally, you know, we socially distance, we wear masks, but we do oppose the draft as written. I really liked at the last city council meeting hearing about the Des Moines option where there was a big push educationally and trying to hand out masks and talk to people first. So to me, it's kind of one of those things, given kind of the controversial nature of things, as well as the legality of it. To me, it seems like we want to exhaust all their options first. To me, if I think, you know, exempting religious institutions would be helpful as well if you do move forward with it, and exempting kids like under age 12 or age 10 would address some of the issues with children wearing masks. And I did like the discussion earlier, talking about even moving forward with the mask mandate if the penalty was removed. Because I think I think the ordinance as written is relatively reasonable, but I know one of my big concerns is the legality, and so if removing the penalty from the ordinance makes this a lot more rock solid legally, to me, I would probably flip to being more supportive of this. Though to me, it's one of those try to exhaust all the other options first before going there, especially as you think about. You know, I know we have, you know, cases spiking, but to me, I get a lot more worried about as we get into winter and people are inside, and that's where I think, well, if, you know, that's where the concern is. And so maybe waiting a little bit before moving forward would be helpful. But to me, if we get more solid legally, I think I can get behind the ordinance. So thank you very much for your time, and God bless.
Thank you, Curtis.
The next person to speak is Brian Worth.
Hi, my name is Brian Worth. I'm at 3515 Emerald Drive, and I would like to, what I really want to promote for this time is to move forward with the process. And the reason I feel like that's an important thing to do is not necessarily decide whether we should have the mandate or not, but to keep moving forward. I'm going under the assumption here, and it's kind of against somewhat of what other people have said, but that the science of masks being protective and safe, assuming that you guys believe that and that you feel that that can help reduce the spread of the virus, if that is something that you as a council person believes, then I feel like moving forward with this process is a very important step. And the reason I say that is because the virus can decimate and hurt a community quickly. And if this process is going to take months or more to go through, we need to start that process, because when we need a mask mandate, we're going to need it quickly. So it's not something that, you know, if we end up getting, you know, a 30% spread in Ames and our hospitals are starting to get overburdened and things are looking drastic, we're going to want to be able to have that mask mandate going and ready to go and get the people on board with it as quickly as possible. These are things that will help mitigate it. And that mandate's going to take 2 to 4 weeks before it can even start to slow down the process. So if you've got a month to even get the mandate, and then you've got another month of it starting to help slow things down, by then our hospitals could be in a lot of hurt and a lot of trouble. So I feel like if we, at this point in time, if we take the next step, let's just move on to the next step and not make any decisions right now, particularly as far as exactly getting it set, but let's move on. And I don't know if this is possible, but we did it with the school board and with them, develop a set of metrics that says if our community is suffering X amount of bad because of this, then that means we have to take steps to protect our community. It removes that subjective things. It puts out a very objective. If our hospitals have X amount, or if we're in trouble, we need to be able to act. And if you can build some sort of metric into the mandate or into the ordinance of that sort, I feel like that's a great way to approach things, because you're building on that science that everybody has been talking about. We've got the 5% or 10% or 15% positivity rate. And also on August 31st, Test Iowa is going to be having a place here, and that extra testing is really going to start giving us a better idea of what is happening in Ames and what's happening in Story County. So stopping the motion and preventing things from moving forward now, I feel like is a bad idea. But starting to redevelop that mandate, or in some fashion that can maybe include some metrics or something to when it triggers and goes into effect, or whatever process you guys might have that can facilitate something like that.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you.
The next person to speak is Tracy Jennings.
Hi, my name is Tracy Jennings. I own the commercial building at 1606 South Duff Avenue. First of all, I want to thank the City Council for all the work that you've done for many, many years. I believe this is a serious virus, and I'm compassionate to those who have lost their lives and have gotten sick. I believe personally that this may be a reactive proposal due to the recent community buzz from the state and national media received from the arrival of Iowa State students and the gatherings that happened on Saturday, August 15th. I believe a mandate requiring a mask infringes on the freedoms that I believe the United States of America bestows on us as U.S. citizens. I believe the public has a right to make their own choices. If you fear for your safety, you have the right to choose where you go, where you shop, and the people you surround yourself with. If you do not fear the virus, you should be able to make other choices. I worry about the ability to enforce the mandate and worry that the police force would be tasked with such a matter. I personally own a business where I work with visitors from around the world and worry how you would educate visitors to our community about the mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person to speak is Nicole Barnes.
Hello. So my address is 1315 Roosevelt Avenue, Ames, and it's 500010. So first, I just wanted to thank each one of you. I know navigating through these challenging times is not easy, and I just appreciate for how you guys are representing our city. I do believe that there was some serious ethical concerns that were raised at the city council meeting on 8-18, just with the disregard for the legal counsel. And that to me was just pretty alarming, being that we are overstepping, I believe, just state authority. And I think that a decision like this, whether or not masks is the issue, or the effectiveness of masks is the issue, the actual overstepping of that authority is what caused the most alarm or just rang a bell for me. And then the second point that I wanted to bring up was the lack of or disregard for protecting the religious freedoms in the houses of worship. And I just believed that if this were to go forward, that religious exemption should be something that was really, really considered moving forward, and that what was being mandated was an infringement upon rights, truly, and overstepping, I believe, just the legal authority that the city does have. And so I obviously can't support the action, but I do believe that the effectiveness of masks is something that people themselves should be able to understand and make those choices and be thinking of others. But when it becomes a mandate or an ordinance, especially for the younger children and those who it does affect childcare and teaching and kids who have hearing problems, things like that, it really does become a huge strain on those educators as well. So I would just like to share, my thoughts on this issue, and that I cannot support the action, but I do so appreciate just each one of you and how you're navigating this really challenging time and this season. But I wanted to, put my 2 cents there and thank you all for all that you're doing.
Thank you, Nicole.
The next person to speak is Vanessa Burnett.
Hi, I am Vanessa Burnett. I live at 2805 Northridge Parkway. So I'm a disaster management professional. I spent 9 years in the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I've done some pandemic planning and getting ready for large disasters. I'm really happy to see that the city is considering this measure. I'm a little frustrated in some of the public comments. So in any case, this is a public health best practice to wear a mask. It's well demonstrated to reduce the risk in other countries and other jurisdictions in the United States. We have good data that shows that wearing masks can help us stabilize our economy. That's also well demonstrated. It helps consumers feel safer when they're out in public. If a store or location requires masks, I will only shop at stores that require that because it reduces my risk. It also protects the employees of the store and other places where people are out in public. I have heard concerns from people in the public here about the state versus the local authority. Federalism this country was built on federalism. It's got a lot of principles, but federalism allows local and state government to have quite a bit of power. And in this case, I think it's a good move for the city to exercise some of that power when the state is completely failing to implement public health practices that can help protect our lives and our economy. The science is well established. The CDC recommendations, Dr. Fauci and other medical and public health professionals advise wearing masks to minimize spread. Most of the speakers here are talking about the risks that mask mitigates. This virus kills and very seriously harms many people. It's highly infectious. The damage from the virus, we don't even know how long it will last through people's lifetimes. So this is a public health emergency, and I think we need to act like it. This is about keeping more people alive and not about freedoms. People who do not wear masks impede my freedom to stay alive. And so thank you for considering this.
Thank you, Vanessa.
The next person to speak is Jennifer Hill.
Hello, Jennifer. Jennifer, can you hear us? Hello? Brian, let's go ahead and circle around her if there's anyone else that wants to speak, and then we'll come back to Jennifer again then.
Okay, the next person to speak is Charles Long.
Hi, my name is Charles Long at 620 Bar Drive here in Ames, north side of Ames. I've been just mulling over this for a while because I've seen that what you guys have been doing, and I think everything that you guys have been doing is just great. I just have some concerns that Tim Garten brought up was just about the possible costs that if the state decides to sue us, and I'm just worried about the cost to me as a citizen of Ames, making sure that we're being fiscally responsible. So I just have a little story about coronavirus. I actually contracted it way back in May, well before any of this talk about masks and whatnot. And, I didn't have any symptoms and anything like that. And at the time, I work with Cyrate, so we were wearing masks at all times. And as far as I know, I didn't pass it on to anyone, but I'm, constantly around other employees. And I feel that, after I went through all of that, and then I now have an acute asthma that I was diagnosed with, and I've never had asthma before in my life. And it just makes me think people talk about the cost of not wearing it, the freedoms and whatnot, but where's my freedom to now I have to have an inhaler with me at all times, not wondering when am I going to have a real tightness in my chest. And they're hoping that I'll get over it, as time goes on, but this is such a new thing. We really don't know. So I think as a citizen, whether or not it's legal for the city, I think as citizens, we should just wear the mask. We need to just get over it, because we're hoping that something in the future we can just move on, get a vaccine, and then we can take off the mask and enjoy being around people again. But for now, for the time being, we need to look out for people who are high risk, and also people that are not high risk like me, and then have possible long-term effects with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
The next person to speak is Siba Fahim.
Hi, so I'd first just like to say my name is pronounced Seba Fahim, Seba. Okay, yes, so my name is Seba. I live at 1930 Long Road, apartment C. I feel very strongly about this issue. I understand this is a difficult decision, but truthfully, I'm quite upset that this conversation is happening now, when we're 5 months into this global pandemic. I feel like in Ames, this conversation should have been happening months ago, and before 30,000 people from all over the state and all over the country came back here. Like right now, Ames is a perfect petri dish for this virus. 13% of students are already tested positive, and testing is not even widespread among students yet. And there's no question that students interact with the Ames residents. We go to businesses, we go to the library, we see one another. Like, you can't just think of students as a bubble. And then not only in Ames, but you have students who are commuters, you have students who commuters from Des Moines, Ankeny, Boone, Nevada. Like, you have students from all over going in and going out. And so you just have this flow and outflow of people who could possibly be contracting coronavirus. And we're not having more masks to limit it. I don't even understand why this is a question. Of course we should have a mask mandate. Not only is it safer for people, who should be our first priority, but having a safer population makes it easier for businesses, which is another one of our concerns, to stay open and be safe while they're doing that. And we know that wearing a mask is not about ourselves. It's about everyone else. Wearing a mask in public does not mean that you're not going to contract the virus. We don't really have enough information about that to know fully how it stops the virus around you from you being able to breathe it in. But we do know that it does stop, if you are asymptomatic, you spreading that virus out to other people. And we know that. It's documented. We have evidence about that. Everyone wore a mask, which slows the spread of the virus. We have this information on our side. We can protect people. Protecting people would help keep businesses open safely. It's financially secure. It is better for people. This is a no-brainer to me. Masks should be a mandate here. And if Kim Reynolds, the Iowa state government, comes down on us, I think we should take it. I think this is a just cause to save people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person to speak is Jennifer Hill.
Jennifer, you're muted right now. Sorry, we can't hear you. Brian, I wonder if she could call in on a phone. Maybe she has a problem with her computer microphone. She really want to give her the opportunity to address council. If she wants to call in, how would she? What number does she want to call in? Do you want a reminder of that?
Sure. She could call in at 888-475-4499. It's listed on the top of the agenda for the council meeting. And could then input the Zoom meeting ID 826-593-023.
Jennifer, we'd love to hear what you have to say, but nothing's coming through right now. If you want to try calling back, we'll give you a minute or two to try calling in. Is there anybody else, Brian, besides Jennifer, that is wanting to address council?
No, Mayor, there's no one else who has their hand raised at the moment. Nope, one more, I'm sorry. Luke? Luke, you may go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Luke McGrath. I'm a student at Iowa State. I live at 312, or number 312, 2519 Chamberlain Street. All I wanted to say is that I just really think that people should be wearing masks. I mean, you can make a mandate. It doesn't have to be permanent, and it's not even going against, like, the majority of the United States government is already in favor of wearing masks, and there's many mandates, and it doesn't have to be statewide. It's by the cities in states that don't have a statewide mandate. And just looking at the facts of the effectiveness of masks, if you go look at pictures of the Spanish flu in 1918, before science was as good as it is these days, people were wearing masks. And it's just factual evidence that it may not completely mitigate the spread, but it does much more than doing nothing and not wearing masks. That's all I really wanted to say. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Luke.
Okay, we have Jennifer has raised her hand again, so we'll try that again.
Jennifer, you want to try?
Okay, it appears it's not working.
Tell you what, let's Brian, why don't you read Jennifer, we're going to go ahead, and I trust you can hear us. Well, why don't you give her the number once again, just read it slowly for her, and then let's give her a couple minutes to try and call in, and if that doesn't work, we'll go ahead and we'll just close public input then. But
sure, the phone number is 888-475-4499, and the meeting ID is 826-593-023.
Okay, we'll give her a couple of minutes to try and call in, and then we'll go ahead and we will conclude with her then.
Mayor, while we're waiting, I just wanted to make one point of clarification. I just looked at the 24-hour data from Mary Greeley, and we have 9 people in the hospital, 3 in ICU.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody has seen the latest report from Iowa State, but in the first week of classes, there were another 130 students, staff, and faculty added to the 175 who had tested positive during move-in. So do that math. What is that? 205 positive cases as of this week.
And the test rate this week was 13%.
I also know that we had Chris Campbell asking about any studies that have been done on children and the transmission of the virus from children. And there was a JMA article published on July 30th, which focused on the efficiency of transmission of COVID by small children. I don't know offhand, I can't recall whether it also focused on the severity of the impacts on the small children, but it did focus on how efficient they are at transmitting the virus. So that JMA article published July 30th.
I would also like to state that the N95 masks, as mentioned before, do block around 95% of the particles when you are breathing. So those do block things. And even the cheaper masks that maybe just the cloth ones would block more than nothing than if you were just talking.
Right, any luck with Jennifer calling in, or do you know?
I do not see that Jennifer has called in.
Okay. Well, Jennifer, I'm sorry, we need to keep on moving on. So I hope that you may send an email to council and express your opinion, that way. Is anybody else, Brian, that we that wants to address council?
Mayor, I see that Brigitte Gassman has her hand raised again. I know she spoke once already.
No, if we start doing that, Brian, we could have other people want to start doing that. They have the opportunity to share. Anybody else?
I do not see anyone else with their hand raised besides Jennifer.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and close public input and council.
Mayor, we've had a lot of comments, both in the emails we've received and this evening, about the authority by which we might enact something and whether we're overstepping our legal authority. And I know that there are those who have accused us of not adhering to the oaths that we've taken. But in talking to our legal counsel earlier today and considering this, I think that the preamble to this ordinance is a very positive thing because it does state the authority by which we are asserting we have the ability to pass this, which is the home rule authority that's granted to us under the Iowa Constitution that we swore to uphold. And that we also swore to uphold the laws of the state, but that in this case, the legal situation has not been settled. There is no clear indication that what has been done is illegal. So I think that we do have the authority to do this. The question is, do we choose to do it? And then perhaps the legal authority will be settled later if this is brought to trial because the governor believes that we do not have that authority.
Mark, do you have anything you want to add to what Gloria just shared? Because there was a number of questions that were raised, and some of the questions, like Ruth Hallstrom raised a question, and I know several others did, about the concern about legal costs and the city would incur, how they're going to finance that.
Yeah. So just to reiterate what I said earlier in this meeting, and I said in my memo last week, the Attorney General's office has said that while the governor's proclamation is effective, that cities do not have the authority to implement mask mandates. And I have advised the council to follow that. I have also told the council that it's unsettled law. It is not clear. There's this argument that there's home rule authority for the cities to do this. I think that's a valid argument. And, it's not been ruled on by a court. It's going to take a judge to tell us. And so I cannot clearly state that it is unlawful for the council to pass this ordinance. And that's the difference. And, there are situations where I'd say, council, you just cannot do this. It's against the law. That's not the situation here. So just to emphasize that. The question about costs, we do have insurance coverage that provides coverage for the council and other city officials engaging in their actions. And so a vast majority of the cost of any litigation against the city would be borne by our insurance carrier. We do have a copay on that, and I don't know off the top of my head what that is. And I was actually looking for the contract, and I don't seem to have it. And I don't know if Steve or Brian knows the answer to that copay question, but we have a copay. But it's again, the vast majority of the cost would be handled by the insurance carrier, and that's why we pay the premiums to have that insurance. I wanted to mention about someone talked about a couple people about the children and the age 3, and the Story County Board of Health had recommended children 2 and under. 18 years ago, I had 2 2-year-olds, and I just thought, that might be a little tough, and I mean that's chaired by a prominent pediatrician, so that was their recommendation. I changed it to 3 for this just because I thought that was a little more. I mean, you can set it at 5, you can set it at 10. I mean, it's the council can do what they want, but the point is, the Story County Board of Health said under age 2 should be required to wear face coverings. So I just leave it at that. There was also a question about, why pass it now? Like, if you're going to pass it without a penalty, then why pass it now? You can easily pass it again later. Well, I would just say one advantage I see to passing it now, if the council decides to do so without a penalty, is that any other changes the council might want to make would all be worked out at this point, and then the penalty could just be added in later, and that would be kind of a quick and easy thing to do, and wouldn't have to go through the entire ordinance and look at it and revise it. So that's just one thought on that. But, I think those are all the questions I jotted down while people were commenting.
Yeah, one other question that was made was, is it outside the scope of our power and authority to act in such a way?
I can't clearly say that. No.
That we are or aren't. You can't. You can't say that we are or aren't.
Oh, right. I cannot say that it's outside the scope of the city's authority.
So, Mark, I have a couple follow-up questions on this then. Could you give us just a really brief primer on the relationship between the state power and municipal government power? There's a lot of confusion. We're talking, one of the callers talked about the principle of federalism as if that there was a parallel between states of general powers and the federal government and between states and municipal government. Could you just do a quick primer to make sure that we're on the same page with how that works?
Yeah, it's a very different situation than when you're looking at the federal government versus state governments, where there are in the Constitution listed, certain powers that the federal government has and certain powers that are reserved to the states. On the state level, local governments are entities of the state. Okay, they're creations of the state. We are subservient to state government. State government can set whatever rules they want. They can tell cities that you can do this. They can tell cities you cannot do this, right? So, but in 1978, I think it was, the Iowa Constitution was amended to establish a home rule authority for cities. Home rule authority says that cities may legislate, may pass ordinances on any topic, except if they are prohibited from doing so by the state, or if the local ordinance would conflict with the state law. So we can't allow something that's prohibited by state law. We can't prohibit something that's allowed by state law, specifically allowed. So we have pretty broad authority as a city to legislate on matters, and we just and here we don't have a clear statement in the law that cities may not legislate on this matter. What we have is an interpretation by the Attorney General's office, and they said, well, if you look at the emergency management section of the Iowa Code and the powers that gives to the governor, and the public health section of the Iowa Code, it appears that the governor has all the authority here, and that she can delegate that authority to cities. So that's one interpretation. The other interpretation is that the cities have home rule authority, and because we don't have a statute at the state level that prohibits us from passing such an ordinance, that we have the authority to do that. So that's kind of the legal situation that we're in.
And then if we wanted to get into a fight with the state about who has the authority to regulate, if we say we think that we should have the right and the state says, no, we're going to regulate in this area, who wins?
The state wins, clearly. Yeah, in that situation.
And so I want to make sure people understand, August 6th, Governor Reynolds stated, we don't believe during a public health emergency that the local governments have the authority to supersede what has been put in place at the statewide level by the governor. This was in the U.S. News and World Report. And so I want to make sure that her voice is in the mix. So we have the Attorney General's opinion about this relationship, but we have the governor's statement herself. I think she's made it very clear that she does not believe that we have that authority. And we don't have to speculate. We have the governor's own words as far as her position on this. Coupled with this, and Mark, you may have given us some sense that there's some ambiguity, but at the end of the day, your counsel was still advising us against this. So you didn't say, well, it doesn't matter, you can if you want. You have been unequivocal from the very first memo that you wrote that we don't have the authority to do this, that you advised us against this, to be fair. That's also the opinion of our Story County civil attorney, Ethan Anderson. And as you indicated, I appreciate your memo clarifying, for those attorneys that you've visited with, the majority of those, not a scientific survey, but a majority of those took the same position as the Attorney General. So again, as I mentioned last week, we're going to find ourselves fishing, trying to find some legal authority to hang our hat on. On July 14th, the council asked the mayor to send a letter to Governor Reynolds requesting the city be granted authority to mandate the use of masks. The reason why we did that is because we didn't think we had the authority. And I joined in that. I think that that authority should be delegated to the cities as well. I was happy to join in that. But now, all of a sudden, a month later, we're asserting that we do have the right. We didn't really have to write that letter, I suppose, a month ago. So at the end of the day, this is very murky waters at the best. But when you couple this with Governor Reynolds' clear statement on this, I think this is not a good thing that we should do. And I do think that the fact that we took an oath to uphold the Constitution, this is very, very risky, and I am opposed to this. Now, having said all this, if the votes are going to go as they did last week, you're going to have all the votes you need. And I'm going to stand silent, and I'm going to let you guys go. I've made my position clear, but I think you should have very strong concerns about this issue of authority. One more thing before I forget. John, you mentioned we had some emails. I did my own count. This was hard to do because there were a lot. Since in the last week, so not counting all the ones we had before, and most of those were in favor of a mandate, we have had, I personally have had 67 emails in the last week opposed to the mandate. 168, I said that backwards. 67 were in favor of a mandate, and 168 opposed to the mandate. So we have had a very strong message from our community that they are opposed to having a mandate. And I think we need to pay attention to what our people are telling us. So that's all I want to say. If the votes are there, we're good to go.
The follow-up to the comment regarding Governor Reynolds, she didn't respond, acknowledge, or say anything regarding the letter, which is disappointing. It wasn't even an acknowledgement that the letter was sent or saying, no, I'm not going to do it. I subsequently also contacted her staff by email asking to have a conversation with her in advance of our meeting last week. It's a short one. I appreciate the fact that she's probably pretty busy with the disaster situation. So I'm not saying she was trying to avoid, but she did not respond. And I do know of a mayor who spoke directly to her, and he specifically asked for her to issue in a proclamation some kind of acknowledgement, one way or the other, of the authority or lack of authority. So it was actually in a proclamation in writing versus her rendering an opinion. And all she said was she would consider it, and then her proclamation came out the next day, and it was silent on that as well too. So what is disappointing is that we're not getting, she's offering an opinion and she's saying something, but it's not in writing, and that's where it appears that the gray area comes from. I'm not arguing for or against position, but someone did ask what the situation is regarding the governor, and as people tried, and yes, people have tried to get feedback, and there's been very limited response back from her office. Brian, I normally wouldn't do this, but I know that technology can be fussy. We did get an email here just recently from Susie Petrie, who said she's had her hand raised since 6 p.m. and it wasn't caught. Do you see if is she still on as a participant?
I see Susie Q.
Yes, is this Susie Petra?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to reopen public comment because you said you did not get acknowledged. So please go ahead and.
Thank you. Well, I think in the meantime, I've sent you all 2 more emails. So that's probably going to be everything. Susie Petra, 2011 Duff Avenue. Thank you very much. It's been a long night for you, and I do appreciate you hearing us all. I'm only commenting on the fact that the more cities participate in a mask to save lives, the more pressure that would put on the governor, I think, to allow us to have local control, which is what we would like, depending on what locality you're in and how many viruses are coming. And we certainly are seeing in Story County that we are increasing them. For those who talk about freedom, I just remind people we weren't all comfortable wearing seatbelts. I'm still adjusting mine all the time, but we do it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That ends public comment. Okay. Let me see if there's any other questions that were raised that we can should be addressed. Ryan, did you have a comment on the Marcus talking about the copay on the defense, legal defense?
I know that our deductible for general liability claims is 25,000. There are certain actions or claims that have higher deductible amounts under our agreement with ICAP. I'm not entirely sure in this instance if someone was challenging their a citation that was issued, if damages could be demanded for that, that might be more Mark's realm. If that is not the case, then I don't believe that we would be on the hook for anything from a dollar standpoint, from a deductible standpoint. But if it's a pure legal question that ICAP defends us on, and there's no damages, then I don't believe that there would be any deductible. Now, that may play into how ICAP determines next year's premium, because they'll evaluate what the claim history is for the city. And so there might be an impact there, but it would not be as clear cut. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, Council.
Mayor, I'd just like to add something. Tim was mentioning the huge number of emails that we've received, and I was checking my notes and looking at the numbers we received before, and it turns out that the numbers are not a landslide in either direction. We had about 225 total in favor of a mask mandate and 211 against it. So as usual, we're hearing from both sides pretty equally, and I think that's great.
If there's no further discussion, then either there needs to be a motion, or we'll just move on to the next item, and this will just essentially lay fallow.
I have actually got another question for Mark that I just realized in looking at my notes here. One of the things that you mentioned in section 1 was mask wearing in other public settings. And we have some private settings excluded, like office buildings. How did you determine what's a public setting and what's a private setting in separating those?
Well, you know, in drafting something like this, I mean, it's just not easy. And trust me, we spent a lot of time and a lot of talking with my the other two attorneys in my office about how to define this, because every time you try to write something, it seems to, you know, either be over inclusive or under inclusive. So a public setting, and I noticed that several of the other cities use that phrase. You know, I think a public setting is anywhere where the public is invited in. We actually use that language somewhere. I guess in 1B, you know, any indoor setting or establishment where the public is invited in. So I think with a public setting, it's different than a private setting. You know, if I'm you know, I own a business where I just, you know, I work in my office all day, but I don't have the public coming in, and you know, that would not be a public setting. A public setting would be, again, a grocery store, a convenience store, could be an outside venue, could be an indoor venue, could be the ice arena, you know. So you know, public meaning that the public can come in.
So
Public's invited in.
We had at least one person mentioning childcare providers And it made me wonder, is that considered a public setting?
I would argue that it is. We could also specify that in the ordinance, either way.
And I think we also had a question via email that other members of the public might want an answer to, and that is regarding Section 2B, which mentions the exclusion of a person's household or a household's yard or in another person's household, but it excludes the yard as a place where masks would not be required. And you gave council an answer to that, but I think that the public may want an answer to why the neighbor's yard is not also excluded.
Yeah, and you know, when the council was discussing this last week and kind of giving me direction on it, there was a thought expressed by someone, and I don't remember who now, but that, you know, kind of in a person's home, the council wasn't interested in kind of making people wear the face coverings in their own homes. And just sort of the home is the castle kind of thing. So I drafted it to say, you know, in a person's home or in their yard, but or in another person's home. The theory is, you know, if I'm inviting friends into my house, that, you know, it just seemed a bit of an overreach to be requiring everyone to wear masks in that situation. But when you get out in the other person's yard, I think if we had put an exception in there for that, that would have been a major loophole for big parties in yards without people wearing face coverings. So, so that's why that's not there. Excuse me.
Other comments, discussion, or I would like to see motion put on the floor, or we'll move on.
I'd like to make a comment real quick. I know this is just a personal comment, not representing Iowa State, but my roommate is from Chicago, and there they do have a mask mandate. And when she did move back here about a week ago, she was honestly like very, very scared because she saw all these people walking around without masks, and she did not feel comfortable here at all. Like, she was very, very worried about it. She's cried about it multiple times. Like, it's very stressful for her, and she just honestly like cannot believe that we don't have any sort of requirement. So I just like that to put that out there. You know, if a lot of people coming here from places that do have those requirements probably feel the same way.
Thank you.
I guess I can take the lead on this discussion. I really do think that Mark's advice on this is that it's unsettled law. We don't know about the legality of this issue until it's settled. And until then, I think we need to take responsibility to protect the citizens of Ames. Since the governor's neglected responsibility to issue a mask mandate or delegate the authority to us, not responding to our letter at all, I feel like it's our duty to take up the issue. We've seen the science about how face coverings work to minimize the spread, and I believe the scientific community and the medical community. And so I think we should keep the bulk of this ordinance, including the enforcement piece, to keep it as strong as possible. I'd be supportive of making minor changes, but in general, I don't understand how passing an ordinance with no enforcement is any different than supporting the Cyclones Care campaign, or why we wouldn't have done something like this any sooner. So that's kind of where I stand on the issue, and I'd be open to hearing other opinions.
I would say I'm in the same boat. I think the science is clear. The medical community has been clear in this. You know, in terms of freedoms being infringed, I'm sorry people feel that way, but your freedoms are infringed in many ways, living in a society with government in any way, shape, or form. People have mentioned seatbelt laws. You know, I think of this as akin to, you know, there are a lot of laws that govern how we conduct ourselves. We have to wear clothing in certain ways. You have to wear pants, for example, in public. That's a freedom that we have given up a long time ago in order to live in a society and to protect each other. And so I get where that's coming from, but I think that for the public health and safety, this is a time to make a stand. And I think I agree with what Rachel said about, this is untried in the sense that we have the Attorney General's informal opinion, but we don't have a formal statement from the state. We know what the governor believes, but what she believes is not necessarily what a court of law would necessarily say the law is. We don't know that. And in this case, I'm willing to go to that to have the courts establish that.
I apologize. Is there a motion and second on the floor?
There's no motion or second as of yet.
Mark, could you clarify if it comes down to a tug of war between Governor Reynolds and the city of Ames, who wins?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's a clear answer to that. I guess it depends on what form that tug of war takes.
So just to play this out, if she says that cities, she uses a proclamation that says that cities are not permitted to issue individual mandates. Do you have an opinion in that situation?
I think in that situation, it would be unlawful for us to do so.
So really what we're talking about, this goes to John's point, we don't have a proclamation in writing, but we have a statement, a clear statement that says that cities don't have the authority to do this. So we're gonna go through this based on the difference between an oral statement and a proclamation. That's pretty thin. So
to that point, Tim, and to Mark, what's enforceable in a court of law and what's not?
Well, an oral statement is not. I mean, and Tim, with all due respect, if the governor thinks that's her authority, she may be wrong on that. I mean, I understand that she believes that, and that's based on the Attorney General's opinion. But I can't say for sure that she's correct in her belief. So, I think she could clearly settle this by putting something one way or the other in a proclamation, and she hasn't done that.
And that's been asked for by other cities, and we've asked for either a yay or nay. Also, we asked for an affirmative, but she could just come back and said, no, we're not going to do that. But it's an argument from silence. So again, I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm just trying to lay the case, put the information in front of council in order to make a decision from the standpoint that it makes it much more muddy and much more gray. I think Mark's made it very clear. He's offered an opinion, but he's just point blank hasn't said, no, it's unlawful because there's not significant such documentation that way.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, so I agree with you in the sense that it is a little muddy, but to be fair, it's not exactly an argument from silence when she's spoken on this. I mean, again, to reinforce this, I disagree with the governor on this. I think it should be with the cities to make decisions. So, for example, if we had a higher rate here in Ames than Burlington does, then why not let us make that decision for what's best for our community? Let Burlington do what it wants to do. Let us do what we need to do to protect our community. That makes sense to me, and that's why I joined in that motion. But that's not what we have here, and so we have the governor's position on this. It's just not in the form of a proclamation.
Amber?
I just wanted to clarify, Mark, and I'm not aware, but you have more knowledge than I do. The state has not challenged any of the cities to this point who have passed mandates.
That's correct. and a challenge could come from the state. It has not. There's been, nothing, no indication. I would note that that's different than schools,
Right.
because there's been state pushback against the schools not wanting to follow the Department of Education, the governor's orders. And, a challenge may come from private citizens too, who simply file suit to challenge the ordinance and the lawfulness of passing it. So, there's a couple different routes that people could challenge it. I think anyone who's cited under an ordinance is going to be arguing that as they're defending themselves from the citation, they're going to argue that he didn't have the authority. So, it could get decided in a variety of ways.
To go back to David's questioning before we open up public input, there is an alternative the council could look at it, change that would actually radically change your opinion in terms of the governor's ability to. I don't know what would happen if you had no enforcement. If you removed instead of no penalty, and then she issued something that's speculation. Let's not go there at this point.
Yeah. So I'm generally not supportive of an ordinance that doesn't have a mechanism for enforcement. I think it essentially renders an ordinance completely useless if you don't have an enforcement tool. We can probably point to lots of laws on the books that are considered very, very low priority for enforcement. And I think we've clearly indicated that this would probably be one of those. We aren't going to have our police departments at Iowa State and within the city walking up and down the streets patrolling and looking for people who aren't wearing masks. But I do think that having that mechanism in the toolbox is important for us to have, just like we have with a number of other low priority municipal infractions or misdemeanors, so that there is something available should there be a situation that gets extremely out of hand. I know it's been stated by a couple of others, but I feel like we need to keep restating that there is consensus within the medical community that this is an important step that we can take to not only protect public health, but also help boost our economy and get our businesses back up and running. And for me, that's really been the motivation behind why I'm supporting this and why I will continue to do so.
Further comments? Otherwise, I would ask for a motion, or we're going to move on.
I move that we continue with the ordinance as drafted.
Moved by Junk.
I'll second.
Edie Hansen seconded. Further discussion?
This is a hard one. It's definitely one in which we can't please everyone. And not only that, whatever we decide, people are going to be very, very not pleased. And I'm sorry for that. It's just the way of things. And, again, thank you for reaching out. We have read your emails, the sheer volume of them. I have not been able to respond to all of them, sadly, because we've had so many, but it doesn't mean I don't read them. I really do. I respect people's opinions. And like John said, we don't want this to be so divisive that we lose our respect for one another, or that we lose our willingness to cooperate on other topics that we do see eye to eye on. So I think that's important to keep in mind too. Even if we disagree about this, I think that we are honestly trying to do what's best for the community. We just have different opinions about what that is. And again, I recognize the difficulty of that.
And to clarify, it's a $50 fine?
That's like the motion. The motion I understand is from Rachel is as drafted at this point. Is that correct, Rachel?
Yeah, if anyone wanted to offer a possible edit, I'd potentially be happy to make a friendly amendment, but for now, that's what we've discussed is as drafted.
So are you saying then that this motion is to bring back literally this ordinance for first reading, or can we make subsequent motions for edits?
I would not.
As a good point of clarification, is my understanding at this point in time, it basically is as it is right now, and then you'd be going back and trying to undo a motion for what it is right now. If you want to make changes prior to that, you probably should make the changes first, and then go ahead and move on a specific on it. So if there is any minor edits or changes, then they need to be made, or major from that standpoint as well.
I mean, as a general practice, we've tried to avoid having major modifications on the first or second reading.
Oh, so we want this. I'm going to be strongly advocating to council that whatever comes back at the first reading, we're not going through and doing additional wordsmithing. We did that a few years ago, and it just gets to be very cumbersome and unfair to the general public, so, and to staff. So the question is, if I understand the motion, if it passes, then it's going to move on as it is right now. If people, this is just your opportunity. If you think you want to make changes to it, now's the time to talk about it, and we can see if you want to have a friendly amendment or have a motion withdrawn and then vote on any changes.
It is difficult for me to support this with the penalty assessed, because I don't think that penalty that we've got in there is enough to change anybody's behavior. And if removing the penalty means that we would not be opening ourselves up as much to legal argument on this, I really don't think I can support the draft as written. However, I would be open to supporting it without the penalty clause in number 4.
I think Tim was right when he said that without a penalty, it's just a proclamation saying we recommend it. I mean, we need something in order for people, for staff, anyone to attempt to enforce it at all. I mean, I know, and like Amber said, our main goal here is going to be education. We're going to move to that fine as the absolute last resort, and I truly believe that. I think we will try to educate first, but without it somewhere in the background, it really is, I think it becomes a meaningless mandate.
I think that having it as an ordinance, though, allows us to make that change in the future. And to me, that's of value in and of itself. I just don't know. I mean, $10 in Dubuque, $50 in Ames, that doesn't seem like much of a deterrent. And I think that it could create more divisiveness than value.
I think it's a deterrent. I mean, that's a hefty fine, and I'd be worried too about people who, maybe wouldn't be able to even afford that. But $50 is not nothing. That's our game day parking penalty. That's meant to be a deterrent for people.
Okay, even though we could do a voice vote, let's do a roll call so people clearly understand who's voting for it and against it. Amy, go ahead and roll call, please.
Garten.
Nay.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere. Aye. Martin.
Nay.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Nay.
Okay. Motion failed.
I would move that we approve the ordinance without section 4, the penalty clause, or we approve the draft of the ordinance without section 4, the penalty clause.
I'll second, but I do want to point out that Mark said that we would need to replace section 4 with an explicit statement indicating a lack of penalty. So do you want to rephrase maybe?
Yes, I would move that we approve the draft replacing the current language for section 4 with the statement that there is no penalty to be drafted by the legal team so that the language is appropriate to that sentiment.
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
So I think this is still, I'm going to go back to my other comment. I think this is rather odd that we have, I mean, as Mark indicated, that we have nothing like this where it's a mandate without a penalty. It's odd that I'm arguing for a penalty, but my point is that you're not going to deter anything if there's no enforceability. So.
I do want to say a word to that, and I understand that sentiment, and I think it weakens the ordinance, obviously, for there to be no penalty. On the other hand, I think a lot of people really do want to abide by what they understand the community norms to be, and an ordinance that says this actually literally says people are required to wear face coverings. And I think more people than before will respond to that by saying, oh, gee, I guess I should wear a face covering even when I don't feel like it. Or at least they'll feel risky and bold by not doing that. I think it makes a difference. Maybe obviously not as much of a difference as the penalty would, but I think it does something. Most people don't want to just casually disregard things that they know about. Some people have strong reasons for not complying, and this won't address that.
There was a couple of points made, and these would be an amendment to the motion, but if there's interest in that, one was an exemption for places of worship. That was one of the comments that was made. And also, I think there was a question on daycare, childcare centers as well, too, and clarification on that. Does council have any interest in either one of those? And if I don't hear anything, I'm going to proceed with calling for the vote.
I mean, I don't consider daycares as being businesses open to the public. That's just my personal opinion.
So they would not fall underneath that then?
I don't believe so. You don't have, daycares are not open to the public. Random people cannot walk to a daycare.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But Mark's point was that we if we feel this way, it's probably best for us to clarify it in the ordinance.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that.
So
yeah,
go ahead, Mark.
That would be easy to clarify.
So are you making a friendly amendment, Amber?
Sure. I mean, I think this whole ordinance is ridiculous without enforcement, so I don't know why we're even bothering with amending things, but yes, I will happily make that friendly amendment.
For daycare.
Correct, yes.
So under section 1B, or no, under section, where would it go? Is this?
I don't care.
Yeah, Lori, I don't think we need to specify where it's going to go. I'll figure it out. But
Okay, well,
I understand it once. To be clear, that's an exception to the ordinance. So
I would accept that as a friendly amendment. I don't know whether David would still
I'll second
with that.
Okay, all right.
So just so I'm clear, we are passing an ordinance that's going to take probably 6 weeks to pass, and it's not going to be enforceable. I'm not really sure what we're doing here, to be completely honest, other than wasting a lot of people's time.
I'm assuming that this opens the door for the ability to have more educational opportunities and to also add a penalty clause in the future should that be either determined to be necessary or that it be allowed under authority that is granted to us.
Did Mark not say earlier that if there was no enforcement penalty, there would be virtually no enforcement at all, even education?
He did say that, yeah.
On the other hand, I think Steve actually, in our meeting on Monday, said it may open the opportunity for people other than the police to do some educating, like Parks and Rec staff or others who would not be able to offer municipal infractions, but who could work on the educational side. Is that right, Steve?
That's correct. Right now, I think the requirement to enforce is required by the police department. The education could be broader. All
We could have done education via anyone beforehand too.
I would also argue that adding some sort of enforcement like a fine wouldn't preclude anybody from educating people. You can still do both at the same time. So that's just my opinion there. You could have both. You don't need to just do one or the other.
Nicole, in your student opinion, would you say that enforcement would cause more students to comply, or just simply a mandate with no enforcement but a requirement for face masks?
I can guarantee if there's like not a fine or anything, students are not gonna care at all. You know, they're gonna say, well, what is somebody gonna yell at me? Like, you know, there's nothing stopping them from not wearing a mask still. But if there's a fine, that seems like a lot more, I don't know, I feel like they would follow that a lot more in my opinion.
But the students are already under the student conduct code, according to the president's letter of Friday. So enforcement of student behavior should not be falling to the Ames police. Isn't that right?
I would argue that that process that Iowa State has in place is going to take a long time to actually get back to the student responsible, because they're going to have to be reported and everything like that. But if we want to stop this from happening now, we want to start having people wearing masks, I would argue that a fine is necessary, because without enforcement, the students, I can guarantee, around here are not going to follow it.
All right, there's a motion that's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, Amy.
Junk,
Aye.
Poirier,
Nay.
Martin,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten.
Hey,
That was 4-2. Is that correct, Amy?
Sorry, yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes, thank you. That's what I thought. I'm sorry. All right. Mark, anything else that you need from us tonight on this?
No.
Okay. All right, council. We will be back to council in 2 weeks. Is that right, Mark?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll resume, or 5 or 6 minute break. We'll resume at 8:45. We're going to move on to item number 18, discussion of appeal of charges for water meter replacement. John, do you have anything that you want to share in particular? Otherwise, we can see if council has any questions.
No, we gave you a pretty thorough staff report, so I'm just here in case you have any questions.
Any questions for John on this item?
John, just to clarify, I mean, these kind of things are going to come up. Would you say that the staff position here is consistent with what we've done or what you've done since you've led that department?
Yeah, we have frozen meters that occur on average, 1 to 2 dozen times a year, depending on the weather. And this is the same response that we follow.
Thanks.
Steve, procedurally, we just need to have a motion to deny the appeal. Is that correct?
That's correct. Let's make sure Mr. Craig's not here. You might want to speak.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. Brian, is there anyone that wants to address council on this particular topic before we take any action?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay. We will close public input. Council, or motion?
I'll move to deny the appeal.
Okay, moved by Martin. Is there a second?
Second.
Edie Hansen seconded. Any discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right. The motion carried to deny the appeal. All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Moving on, number 19, discussion of suspension of vending licenses due to COVID-19. Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. We're seeking some clarification from the City Council about how you'd like us to proceed with vending licenses. We have not allowed vendors to vend on city property except through special events since this past spring. And we are receiving requests from new prospective vendors who would like to be able to vend on city streets and sidewalks. And we'd like to be able to give them an answer about whether vending is going to be allowed or not. We do have a number of existing licensees who have found other locations on private property to vend, and that is not regulated by our vending ordinance, so they are not required to obtain a vending license. So that is perfectly legal. We have also provided in the staff report, one of the concerns that we have is that the vending, particularly at late night hours around the bar close time, tends to cause larger crowds to form, which is a point of concern with respect to COVID. And so for that reason, we are proposing that vending continue to be suspended on city streets and sidewalks, except for the approved special events through the end of the year. If the council feels differently, we'll certainly work with that. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Brian?
So, David has been good to help us think about sort of an equal protection concept, and I'd like to sort of maybe have you sort of help us think this through. So, someone can have a food stand on a private property, and that's okay, but then on the public street, 10 yards away, then that wouldn't be allowed. And it seems like there should be some level of consistency. The other thing I'd mention is that there's an economic impact. These are small businesses, and this is pretty devastating. So it's not a matter of whether someone will be able to find a burrito, but I think the question is, are we handling these vending licenses in a manner that's fair and equitable? So I guess I'd be willing to loosen this up and treat them the same way.
Since you mentioned my name, I think I'll jump in. I don't see this as being an equal protection situation at all. I see this as, and even the farmers market, I don't think that it's just not, it doesn't bring to mind the legal concept of equal protection. I understand there's some parallels between what people can do here and what people can do there. But I think, the fact is that we may only regulate in the property that is publicly owned. And that's the constraint that we're working with, not whether we're letting people do things that they're allowed to do on private property or not.
But I like using your name and using that argument.
Yeah, I have to stop you from doing that sometimes.
Okay, I'll just make the argument on my own.
Is that a motion?
I move alternative 1.
Which is?
Continue the suspension of vending licenses through December 31st, 2020, except those approved as part of a special event. Prior to that date, staff will reevaluate conditions and present an update to the City Council.
Okay, thank you. There's a second.
Second.
Thank you.
So if I can ask, what are we accomplishing with this other than harming people's livelihoods? Either we should prohibit it across the board, or we should open it across the board. I don't understand what we're accomplishing. Maybe someone could explain that.
Yes, I don't think we're not doing anything to people's livelihood. Remember, other people have made other arrangements. They're totally free to find a private sector property to vend off of. So livelihood, I don't think is tied to whether we open up our public rights of way to each business.
Well, the vendors might have a different opinion.
That's true. Now you have to remember, a lot of them want to be along Welch Avenue in the heart of Campus Town. That major road is now closed, which will squeeze us, so either allowing the people where they want to be on Lincoln Way, or maybe south of Welch, on Welch, south of Chamberlain. Those are some areas I'm not sure we want people to be spread out 6 feet apart with long lines. So we have circumstances with Welch being closed too, along with the COVID-19, that makes this particularly problematic. We haven't had any, I think, overwhelming complaints about some of the other areas outside of Campus Town, because I think people have located appropriately on private property.
Well, and it's lower priority right now in Campus Town too, because Welch is closed. So the timing's okay.
Yeah, it's not, yes.
Other comments? All right, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, by my count, we got 4-2, and the nays are Garton and Corriere. Is that correct? Motion passes. All right, we have the additional item, discussion of suspension of city-sponsored block parties due to COVID-19. Brian?
This is a similar item. We provide block party services through the block party trailer, and then also through providing barricades to neighborhoods or groups of neighbors who want to have a block party that don't involve getting the trailer out. And the council has provided direction through September 1st that we not provide that service. That date is approaching, and so we'd like your direction about how we should handle block parties for the remainder of the season. Again, the staff recommendation here is to continue that suspension through the end of the year. We did provide some analysis of block parties and the block party trailer when we initially evaluated different city activities through the lens of COVID-19 precautions. And I'm not certain that the circumstances have significantly changed to make that a different, more safe activity that can be conducted with our resources. So we'd be happy to answer any questions. I do note that we have had some requests. I think as soon as we set September 1st as the end date, we started receiving requests from neighborhoods to book the trailer for the weekends after that. So we do have a few that are on the reservation log. And so we'd like to be able to provide them direction about whether their block party is going to proceed or not.
Ryan, if they, just clarification, city-sponsored block parties is what you're talking about. So if someone wanted to have a neighborhood gathering in a park or on their premises, they would be free to do that. This is not a prohibition of neighborhood gatherings. Is that just for a point of clarification?
Right. Perhaps a better term would be city facilitated through the use of the block party trailer and through the use of city provided barricades for a block party. Okay.
So for example, the park dedication that we had on Sunday afternoon, that wasn't an illegal gathering, right?
I didn't attend, so I can't speak to it.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand the difference between an activity like we had Sunday. There was ice cream. People were they were practicing social distancing, wearing masks, but there were certainly more than 10. I'm having trouble distinguishing what we're doing here with prohibiting the use of our trailer and what people can already do.
Can we just address the issue of 10 right up front? I mean, 10 used to be the limit in the governor's proclamation, but that's gone now, right?
It's gone, that's correct.
Right.
So to my mind, the difference is that with block parties, if you're using the trailer, first of all, you've got a lot of touch points that are created by the things in the trailer that then go on to be used by other people. So staff has to clean the trailer, disinfect, whatever. But it's also that in a block party situation, you have a compressed area within which the event is occurring. And so with the park dedication, we were spread out all over that park. But a block party like, well, let's say the Old Town block party really is taking place within a block, and it gets very congested in those circumstances. So that's how I see the difference between the two. One, you have space to spread out, and you're not actually providing that trailer material. And the other, you are having a compressed situation where you're using the same materials for multiple parties.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'm going to go ahead and move alternative 3. These are outside events. People are able to do these with or without a trailer. It seems like you might as well let them use the trailer. I'm going to move alternative 3.
Is there a second? Corey, are you seconded? Comments? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Bronwyn, were you an aye also? Yeah. Nays?
Nay.
And Junk and Betcher were nays. So motion passes 4-2.
Thank you.
Okay, item 20, resolution approving revised contract for economic development services between the city of Ames and Ames, or AEDC. Steve?
Recall this contract deals with our purchase of services from the ADC. Actually begins on July 1st. that contract was delayed being approved. You asked me to meet with Dan and try to update the contract to reflect what's currently happening. And also, if you'll notice, one of your goals in section 2B, 3, you wanted us to put in there some specific new tasks to create, implement strategies to recruit and assist minority businesses in locating in the community. We added that to the agreement. We clarified in section 2B2, clarification what the liaison position would do for us in terms of assisting people working through our processes. We also, in I think paragraph 14, I added a task where we can ask for reports or perform analysis being performed by the AEDC on economic development issues upon my request. And finally, to more accurately reflect what's happening, the position will not be jointly supervised, as we have said in the past, but was not occurring, but rather be supervised with the AEDC president with input from the city manager. So I think with all the rest of them are just minor wording changes and reflect the past agreements. So it's in a position, I believe, for you to approve now.
Questions for Steve? All right, Brian, we'll open up public comments since we're approving a contract this evening. Is there anybody that's interested in addressing council on this topic tonight?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Looking for a motion.
I'd move approval of the contract.
Betcher, is there a second?
Second.
Junk seconded, thank you. Roll call, please.
Corriere.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Barton.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, item 21, essential corporate purpose general obligation and refunding bond, series 2020A. Mr. Pitcher.
Sorry, I was muted. This may be your easiest decision of the evening. We took bids on bonds today, and quite favorable. We were hoping for an interest rate under 1% on the combination of the bonds to fund the projects that are laid out in the council action form, and also a refunding of some older bonds to get some savings that'll project forward into the future years. And we were successful. The all-in rate came in at just under 1%, I believe 0.924. Suzanne Gerlach, is she added to the meeting?
Yes.
There she is. She's with PFM. They're our registered municipal financial advisor. And if Suzanne, if you could give a summary of the sale.
Certainly. Yeah, we received 8 bids from over 46 different firms. The TIC, that true interest cost, ranging from 0.924 to 1.06%. So the first, I think, 4 or 5 bids were all under 1%, with the last place bidders coming in just over 1%. The winning bid came from Piper Sandler, with the cover bid 6/100,000th of a basis point just behind. So less than 1 basis point difference between the winning bid and the second place bidder today. Pricing, you were just 18 basis points over the AAA scale. Again, the city of Ames is rated AA1, which is just 1 step below the highest level of AAA. So excellent pricing. And savings, there were 3 series of outstanding bonds that were refunded, the 2010A, 2011B, and 2012. Our goal for current refunding is 3% savings, and today you save 6.7%, or $613,000 for savings for the taxpayers today on the refunding portion of the bonds. So congratulations on a very successful sale. I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Can you do this every day for us?
It was a good day to be in the market. Not every day is as good as it was today.
Tell us again the amount that the taxpayer saved.
$613,737 in net present value savings.
And that's over what period of time?
Between now and 2032. So let me look.
But just to give you an idea of the impact for next year, which I think is going to be of concern with everything going on, the not present value, but the actual refunding savings in hard dollars from what we would have scheduled for bonds is $141,700. And then additionally, we saved on these new bonds because they came in lower. The debt service will be $124,376. Less than I had projected in that 5-year plan that we do going forward. So that means for 21-22, when we start working on that budget year, we'll have about $266,000 less in debt service than we had planned on as we looked ahead into that year with funding our CIP and our existing bonds. So pretty substantial savings, even just for 1 year. And as Suzanne mentioned, it goes out for several years after that. Not as impactful after the first year, but a nice big impact on that year we're going to be working on.
Wow. Good for us, but not very good for the investors, huh?
Pretty hard to live on a fixed income of 0.9%.
Oh yeah, I mean you're way below inflation, so.
Yeah.
But there apparently is a market for it, competitive market for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the traders on the desk today were talking about people are looking to park their cash a little bit shorter term, waiting for rates to go up and then invest longer term. So I think that the City of Ames being a strong credit was really able to, there's a lot of also money floating for bonds that were just previously matured and that they had principal to reinvest. And so I think that was the other part of the market audience today.
And these all just stay with institutional investors versus independent investors?
Yeah, this was primarily institutional. The competitive sales, there's kind of two different customer groups. The institutional, which is definitely where Ames was. He had kind of that Cinderella deal where it was not too big, not too small. It was just the right size for institutional investors. And then you have the retail that goes more through the local bank channels.
Okay. Well, it's nice to have great news tonight on this one. So
yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. Any questions for Dwayne or Suzanne? All right, we will open up public comment. Brian, is anyone in the audience that would like to address council on this topic tonight?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
All right. We'll go ahead and close public comment, and I would entertain motion on approving the resolution of accepting the bids, authorizing the sale and issuance of essential corporate purpose, general obligation, and refunding bonds in the amount of not to exceed, now is this correct, $20,105,000, or is that changed?
That is changed, but that's still the motion when you're approving the bids.
Okay.
Yep.
So not to exceed $20,105,000.
Mm-hmm. That's all right.
So moved.
Martin?
Yes.
Junk seconded. Roll call, please.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Anything else, Suzanne or Dwayne?
Nothing for me.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And my understanding is you need a signature on this tomorrow so we can get these people locked in. Is that right?
Yes, if you could sign that and then scan it in and send it back to us at PFM and Dorsey. We'll both need a copy of that tomorrow. It'll be just fine.
Well, Steve and Al coordinate, but we'll get a signed copy, official signed copy, so you can get that taken care of tomorrow. Get that rate locked in.
Yes, definitely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 22, staff report regarding status of urban revitalization areas. Kelly.
Hello, Brian, can you give me screen share?
I think Susan will have to do that actually.
Okay. So while we're getting that set up, City Council, tonight we're talking about a staff report that you had asked for as part of our work plan to review the existing conditions for some of our financial incentive programs that we call urban revitalization areas. As we described in the report, we have two sets of these. We have what's more of we call a program, which is really a policy of the city of when to consider establishing an urban revite area. And then we actually have formally adopted urban revitalization areas that follow the standards of state code. So tonight we want to give you a full background on all of these. And we have a very long addendum to the report so that you would have a chance to review all of the existing urban revite areas. And in the report, we really focused on what staff thought was probably the low-hanging fruit in the terms of how we describe this. Are we looking at programs and policies in areas that still meet our objectives of the city? Is there potential that they aren't meeting them because either revitalization has occurred or we're not even seeing the investment we want to see? So maybe the program isn't doing what we want. And also we're looking at Ames Plan 2040 coming up here in the next year. Are there going to be areas of the city where we've had past policies that we no longer will need or may conflict with future goals that are coming up? And it wouldn't make sense to keep incenting something to happen somewhere when our new policies may not align with that. So the focus of this report, and we've talked about three different issues in this report. We've talked about the overall urban revite areas of the city. We're going to talk specifically about an issue that you brought up to us about new construction of fraternities and sororities. And we also had an error in one of the properties at 313 Lynn that we need to get direction on how to rectify that problem. It was approved for revitalization, but it was not in the specified area. All right, so let's see if the screen share is up. So just up on our screen is that overall map of the city of the current urban revitalization areas. And we have a number of successful areas in the city. As we noted, recently we have started to put expiration dates into these. In the last 5 years, we've been adding these. I think that's good practice by the city to make sure that we're not extending these beyond their intent, that there isn't unexpected projects or changes to a project that we would still be providing tax abatement incentives to. But we also have a number of them that don't have expiration dates. And staff is recommending under option 1 for the urban revite areas, a package of repealing all completed projects. We're also recommending 2 other adjustments to areas that don't have an expiration date. We are recommending that the South Lincoln mixed use area, which is this square you'll see kind of in the middle of the city, south of Lincoln Way. It has Walnut and Kellogg kind of go through that area. It's an area that's in our land use policy plan, has a sub area plan, but we really haven't seen the type of activity that was envisioned. And I'm concerned that the incentive program doesn't really match expectations and that Plan 2040 is going to have some different ideas about how that works there. So I think it's appropriate to remove that at this point in time. The other area that we looked at and thought that there may be a reason to modify it would be the downtown area. We have a National Historic District now for part of downtown. We think not replacing the criteria, but adding an option in the criteria that work in a contributing resource in downtown could also be eligible. It may be an incentive to someone doing that type of work. I don't know that it's completely clear that they would necessarily benefit, but I think it'd be appropriate to support that National Register designation. And I'm going to stop on this topic and get direction from council before going into the next 2 issues. If there's other areas that council wants to review with me, has other questions, then that would be the time to talk about that at this point. So for the first recommendation, we're talking about these existing areas that you see on this map or the programs that exist.
Kelly, I just need a little more guidance, maybe others do too, as far as specifically what you're looking for. And then secondly, I'm still a little bit fuzzy as far as the pros and cons. I mean, is this Is this sort of a technical fix, or are there policy issues that require us to balance pros and cons of different options?
Yeah, so on, I'm just getting back to the staff report. So on page 6 of the staff report, in relation to this existing issues of where there are currently urban revite areas, you'll see 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 listed. Those are our actual recommendations about the existing areas. I would say on the areas that are have no expiration date, I think it's a technical issue to go in and clean up and say, we're just being clear here that there's no debate that anything you do from now on isn't eligible for tax abatement. I feel like that's a very technical issue rather than a policy issue, because something like North Sheldon or the Lincoln Way project at 517 Lincoln Way for the squeaky clean building, those were things that were done for one specific project, and there was no real intent to keep incenting activity on those properties. The one on South Lincoln, that I think is a policy question. We have an adopted policy to support reinvestment and redevelopment there. My opinion is, oh, I have a, interesting. I'm gonna have to go get a power source in a second, apparently. The South Lincoln area is a policy question because we do want to support reinvestment there. I don't think the program's been successful, and I think it's easier to repeal it now and replace it in the future rather than try to tinker with it in the interim while we're looking at Ames Plan 2040.
And describe the boundaries of the South Lincoln so they know.
Yeah, so I can zoom in a little bit here. It's essentially from Walnut to South Duff, and then it's on South 3rd Street, South 4th Street, those areas down here. I'm sorry, my screen just wants to jump around on me a little bit here. So if you can see my cursor, I'm going around that area that's essentially covered by South Lincoln. So it's an area that's a mix of single family homes and apartments and businesses.
But even if they eliminate it, nothing prohibits us, if we have a development we want to support, to create an area just for that single project. That's what we're doing now.
In other areas of the city, yes, we've had more project-specific approvals.
Yep.
And forgive me, I do have to step out and grab a power source. Give me 15 seconds. I'll be back.
So I don't know if it'd be good to go through each one of these and make motions as he goes through a section.
All right, we're back.
So you may want to explain item number 5 in that recommendation.
Yeah, so item number 5 is, and we can go through all of the areas. The one that to us as staff, we thought circumstances may be different and justify a clear change to that program was downtown. We did not have a National Register district when this urban revite area was created. It was originally created in the early 2000s to reflect the facade program we have in downtown. So it was meant to have an additional incentive beyond the carrot of just a facade grant, that you could unlock additional tax abatement for doing improvements that expanded the overall value of the building, not just the cosmetic changes that the facade program facilitates. And it's restricted to essentially to retail uses. That was the intent in downtown. So with the historic district, we've talked on and off again about how do we support historic preservation. In this sense, we think that if someone is willing to add value to the building and do it in an historically sensitive manner so it keeps its eligibility, it may not need a facade grant, but we would like to encourage that activity to happen, and maybe allowing for the tax abatement as a beneficial way to do that. Otherwise, they're forced to do facade grant work to get the tax abatement for the project, and that may or may not be sensitive to the historic character of the building.
So Kelly, on this, what's on the screen, the downtown URA is, your recommendation is update the downtown to include historic preservation criteria. Don't do anything with Campus Town URA. The South Lincoln
repeal it.
Repeal it. East University.
We're going to talk about that as a specific issue about fraternities and sororities, new construction on the next issue.
If you look up page 6, he's outlined the 5 different areas you'd like to include in the motion.
So Kelly, you're going to have your next, that's what we're talking about this afternoon. I was trying to get clarity in terms of, I don't see any other, I think in your text, you talk about the fact where there is no expiration. Your recommendation was it not to just get rid of them, or is it project specific ones, get rid of them?
So the ones that have no expiration should all be repealed. I guess what I'm seeing is I don't see. So the North Sheldon was not project specific. That's why I don't have it on the list to be repealed. The other ones should be on this list. Hayward.
But you want
Roosevelt.
You want Deary left open up though, right?
Deary has a development agreement. It's a little more complicated to sort out what the expectations are between expiration and the obligations the city committed to in that development agreement. So I thought it's best to leave that alone at this point.
Okay.
So yeah, on page 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is our recommendation of the updates that should be done to our urban revive areas.
So a motion would be is to repeal the Roosevelt program and URA, South Lincoln neighborhood URA, 405 and 415 Hayward URA, Iowa House, I-17 Lincoln Way URA, Squeaky Clean, and update downtown to include URA to include historic preservation criteria. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are what we think are the most immediate needs. And then we're also obviously open to city council comment on any other area.
Any further questions for Kelly?
So procedurally, do you want to take public input on these matters, or are we ready for a vote?
Well, need a motion for, good point, Tim. Good point.
Just to point out, the action tonight is to direct staff to start the process. There's no final action tonight.
So it'll come back to council again, and then they'll take public input?
Yeah, so you'll have to either adopt an ordinance to repeal an ordinance, or you'll be adopting resolutions to repeal resolutions. That is not happening tonight. So for example, we have to establish criteria for the downtown urban revive area. If you go that route, that's not even being presented tonight. So that'll have to have comment and review through adopting an ordinance.
So does that mean then we are not taking public input tonight, Mayor?
You know, let's just go ahead and do it. We've, in the spirit of trying to be transparent, open public input. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to address council on this particular topic, on this particular segment of this topic tonight?
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay.
Mayor, I would move the items as outlined on page 6 as you have stated.
Second.
All right.
Specifically directing staff to pursue those items.
Any further discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Okay, Kelly, next thing.
Yeah, hold on a second. So the next issue is specifically about the East University impact area and the urban revitalization area we have there. So we have a zoning standard where demolition of an existing or previously existing sorority or fraternity is prohibited without a determination by city council that there's a hardship related to maintaining that building. And then at the same time, we have an incentive program to give you tax abatement for building new fraternities and sororities on sites that were formerly fraternities and sororities. So there seems to be this opposing interest here in versus a regulation versus an incentive. And I know council has commented on this because that's why it's up for discussion tonight. So what we have prepared in this issue is an option to go back to the original version of the urban revive area, which is that additions would be eligible for tax abatement, but not new construction. And because this came up most recently in December with the conversation about the Kappa Kappa Gamma House at 120 Lynn, the structure of the change is meant to allow for that house to proceed with demolition and reconstruction if it does so in the next 2 years, which is the life of its permit. The other option is City Council, as we commented in the report, that a lot of tax abatement has been granted. A lot of fraternities and sororities have made changes to their property, not necessarily to add beds, but to add amenity space. So alternatively to just addressing new construction of fraternities and sororities, City Council could consider the work of the revitalization area done and repeal it itself at the same time. And those are really the only two options we presented for this area, was to either deal with new construction discreetly or to consider repealing the urban revive area in its entirety. So we are supportive of either of those two options. We feel that leaving it as is inappropriate because of that conflict of the regulation of the demolition policy versus the incentive policy. So we need direction tonight. Again, you're not approving it tonight. You're giving direction to staff on how to proceed with amending or repealing the urban revive area.
Procedurally, Kelly, would there be any kind of communication sent out to any of the fraternities or sororities that haven't taken advantage of this to kind of let them know that this is being proposed?
I think we would.
So they can kind of give public comment. I mean, so they're aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I think we would absolutely do that. It's a pretty discreet audience here. It's easy to communicate with them, and they have been very active in the past on this issue on just the Greek neighborhoods overall. So that would absolutely be a step that we would include as we move towards any change.
So the direction you're seeking tonight is, do we leave things as status quo, or do you go ahead and eliminate new construction and eligibility? I'm sorry, would you
There's three options. One is to remove new construction as an eligible improvement.
Thank you.
Option two is to repeal the URA in its entirety, and those that have tax abatement would keep getting it. Or option three is to do nothing, and we're not supportive of option three as staff.
And Kelly, you think that the URA is not necessarily required anymore because there seems to be evidence that the Greek houses are now thriving in ways that they weren't previously?
So I think, going back to the history of how it's been explained to me and how I looked through some of the old council action forms and studies, in 2006 is when the city really kind of completed its university area sub-area assessment, and that's where the different overlays came into play. That's when campus town zoning came into play. And at that time, as it's been described to me and in these reports, they wanted to ensure that reinvestment by the Greek system happened in these areas. They weren't necessarily as healthy at that point in time as it seems to have been in the last 5 to 7 years. So based on my experience, which again is a more limited set of time than it was 15 years ago, we've only seen interest in having fraternities and sororities located adjacent to campus. There has not been anyone suggest that they want to go locate on South 16th Street or out in the west part of town. So if the idea was to definitely stabilize the neighborhood, I think the urban revitalization area has accomplished that. You've seen a number of investments in the area. It's definitely an anchor for a neighborhood in this area as it is now, and it seems to be working well.
Are you looking for a motion at this point, Mayor, or?
Yes.
I would move that we remove the URA from the East University impacted area.
Seconded by, is that David or?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right, any discussion?
Well, yeah, this is actually a complicated one to unpack. So Kelly, from the perspective of the Greek houses, what is the downside of this motion? So just a way we can understand the implications.
The downside would remove the option for, or the benefit of tax abatement for doing additions to your building. So you do have to improve the property, and you have to add taxable value. And if you've retained 70% of the walls in that activity, then you're eligible for tax abatement. We also have allowed new construction to get that same benefit. So if we take it away, it would mean that new construction for sure would not get any tax abatement benefit, but then also additions or remodeling of existing facilities would have to stand on their own financially and not look for property tax abatement to help subsidize that.
And Gloria made the motion, so why would we do this? I don't understand what we're trying to accomplish with this.
Is that directed to me or to Gloria?
Either one, maybe Kelly.
So I'll answer it first. Gloria will have to speak to her motives. I think just looking at it objectively, when you start an urban revitalization area program, you start out with certain goals, and hopefully you reach those goals. Either you've seen revitalization, you've seen economic development, you've seen stabilization. So at some point, in the interest of preserving tax dollars to go towards government services, are we going to end the incentive? And the question is brought up: is it worth ending the incentive now because you think the situation has become better, and those dollars should go back to the general fund of the city, or is it still worth investing through individual tax abatement for individual properties in this area? And you can ask that question for every urban revive area in the city. This one came into focus because we were talking about new construction already.
Kelly, is there another option that you would allow it for renovations but not tear downs and total new construction?
Yeah, that would be option one in this area. And that's how it's been until 2018. We've only had new construction for 2 years.
So one thing, if you're not comfortable in this one, we could try to get some input from the trees and sororities first on this.
So the thing that's a little tricky for me is trying to think through this without understanding, just like the city, all of these fraternities and sororities, I assume, have some type of capital improvement plan, which we're not privy to. So if there were plans that were made in contemplation of this program, that seems like it would be a factor. And so they, from financing perspectives, they may have said, well, we'll take advantage of this city option in 2 years or in 3 years, and now we're gonna close it out. So this is sort of a harder one to sort of think through.
And Tim, the other thing that I think I mentioned it in the staff report, rather than make it a hard deadline in 3 months, it's gone, we could just add an expiration period. So we could put everybody on notice that in 2022 or 2023, this program will no longer be available. So if you want to take advantage of it, you have a couple years to do that. That'd be the other way to do it.
Yeah. So having some kind of sunset that takes into account.
And that gives people notice and opportunity to take advantage of it if they meant to do that soon.
Right.
But Kelly, if the motion passes as moved, and then council decided they wanted to just give a sunset, like Tim just talked about, let's say in a year and a half or 2.5 years, that could be added in as we go through the process of changing this. This is not a final vote tonight, correct?
It's direction to us on how to proceed. If you only intend to amend it, I would prefer a different motion, because the motion is to repeal in its entirety. And I don't want to get caught up that in the process we're changing the action and we would have to start over with a different hearing process.
So Kelly, if there's a sunset on this, that's still a repeal, right?
No, it's not repealing, it's just amending it's not repealing it outright. It's setting an amendment to the plan of when it's no longer effective. And maybe the notice process is exactly the same, but I couldn't tell you that tonight.
I'll say that I like the idea of exploring an extension before elimination. It gives us time to hear back from people how much it will affect plans, and just I think is a more graceful shutdown of a program that could be otherwise be considered successful.
Do you have a sunset you'd like to propose as an amendment to this, or that would not be a friendly amendment, or it would be?
Kelly, is there a rush to do this particular one?
I mean, I don't think there's a rush. I think it's kind of responding into that new construction question. I don't know of any pending demolition requests that are coming this fall, but that's what we're trying to do, is get out in front of those people that might be making decisions about the future, so they know what they should be planning for.
What an option B is to table this particular item.
Yes.
And notice and send notice to the remaining Greek systems that haven't done anything, just saying that council is going to have a discussion on this date in part of its regular council meeting relative to these three options, and you're invited to come and give feedback. And then that way, if no one comes and says anything, we just go ahead and move on with it, give you direction, and keep short accounts. That way, we're not making a decision without getting any kind of input from the Greek system.
Yeah, I think that's probably your question. Do you want input before taking any action, or do you want to start the process and seek input during it?
I think
my understanding was that you really, if council decided to go a different direction, you prefer a different motion, though. So that's
I think you
give the direction you're looking for.
Well, the direction to repeal to me is a lot different than the direction to amend. If there's direction to amend and you're just going to pick a date at some point, that's a lot different than just repealing it.
I apologize, Kelly. It seems like it's the same.
Well, repeal would imply it's relatively immediately. It would be something that's going to happen really soon versus setting an expiration date into the future.
I think this is a defined customer base that I think we should take the time to warn them first. I think we've learned from parking in downtown and other places, when they see something in writing and they haven't had input in up front, they're going to be upset with us. So I think we should take the time to share with them the three options, tell them we'll be dealing with a certain date, and get input from the council on that.
Is that something that can happen in the relatively near future? My main concern is that I don't like the idea of us continuing to incentivize the demolition of Greek houses. And obviously, if we extend it, we may have that window. If we offer that option sooner rather than later, that window may be shorter. And so I guess
What we do is get your feedback from them for the September 8th meeting. Is that waiting too long or putting you at risk?
no, that would be fine.
I would say that's an aggressive request to, in 9 days, be able to reach out to that group and get them organized. They've participated very willingly in the past, so I don't think it's hard to get their attention, but I feel a week and a half is a little bit much to expect for something out of the blue. I think
how about the 22nd?
I think that's reasonable for us to be able to reach out to leadership and have a conversation with them, and then invite them to, you want us to invite them to come to the council meeting too, right?
No, I think we're just asking their input.
Okay.
They're welcome to attend if they want to.
Sure.
But if their input, if no one attends and there's zero response, they say we have no intentions. I give council pretty good, clear direction. The fact that no one is really intending on doing any work on their property, take advantage of that.
I'm very confident that we can get in touch with them before the second meeting in September and get some feeling from them about the issue.
In that case, I am willing to withdraw my motion, assuming that the second is willing.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
And do we need a motion for staff to get input by the September 22nd meeting?
Yeah. Why don't you make that motion, please?
I would move that staff get input on the possibility of the repeal of the East University impacted URA by the September 22nd meeting.
Second.
All right, so just question, Lori, what
Do you want information on all of them?
That's my question was, is that do you want to just say that we're considering 3 different options?
Yeah, school
Okay.
And get feedback on all of them. That way they know that they can give us some feedback on all of the options.
All right, I will revise that motion to have staff contact the Greeks to get input on the 3 options for the East University impacted area URA by the September 22nd meeting.
Okay. Okay. You understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries 6-0. All right. Last one, Kelly, is at 313 Lynn.
On this one point, John, I think we want to make sure that we leave plenty of time on the agenda for this. This has always struck me as a very odd part of what we do as city government, this part of town. And in fact, I worry a little bit that the Greek houses have become so accustomed to this that they've forgotten what it's like not to have this this type of incentive available. And so I'm supportive of bringing it to a close at some point. But it's been there so long. I mean, it's going to be sort of a shock to the system to think through what it's like. It's had a tremendous effect. The Greek area is beautiful. A lot of important changes have happened that I think will serve the community well long term. But it's going to be a bit of a shock knowing that this is going away or changed even.
It won't go away until you vote on it, and there's some legitimate policy issues here. Do you want to continue to use the incentive for new construction, tear downs and rebuild? Do you want to do it to renovate existing buildings, or do you want to continue the incentive at all? So there are 3 legitimate policy decisions that we're asking you to consider, and no change is certainly one of them, keeping it the way it is. If you feel there's still a need for that incentive, that's a legitimate policy decision of the city council, and that's what we're posing to you. I think now you're just saying, before you even want to know if you want to pursue that, we want to get some input for the people to be impacted from it. And I think that's legitimate.
And one more aspect of this, Kelly. So we're speaking about the tax side of things a bit abstractly. It would be helpful, and I don't think I missed this in the staff report, but it'd be helpful to have some sense of the actual fiscal impact to the taxpayers that this program brings.
Yeah, we can estimate that based on the people that have already received abatement. We can work with the assessor and probably calculate what that means.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, it's as you're aware, Tim, and just for anyone who's watching, tax abatement is just essentially it's foregoing getting the increased taxes on the improvements. The underlying taxes continue. Is that not correct?
Yeah, the base is unaffected. It's the taxes on the increased increment of value.
Actually, the argument was if you don't want it to happen here, the increase in tax base would still exist, but it would be built in some other parts of the city. And the city council didn't want that to happen. There was something special about having fraternities and sororities located in this neighborhood. So they're trying to incentivize the investment to be made here versus someplace else.
And long term, once those tax abatements expire, there will be significant increased revenue to the taxpayers.
Yeah. But it's where you incentivize it. Do you want to keep them in this particular area, or would they build someplace outside the campus town area? That's what the incentive was trying to do.
Anything else, Tim, on this one, or?
No, I think I just want to make sure we're able to look at the financial piece at the same time we're looking at the policy piece.
Okay, Kelly, go ahead in 313, Lynn.
So I hope my screen share is up right now. So
it is.
Unfortunately, I have to report that we made an error as city staff with you 2 years ago. The property that's labeled there with 313 Lynn, at the time the application was made, they labeled themselves as being in the urban revite area, which is shown with the hatching. As you can see, it's next to it, but it's not actually in it. And we forwarded the recommendation to grant it tax abatement based on the application materials and didn't verify the location on this map. So we're giving you a couple of options. We do need to address it. We can't ignore that we made this error. The first option is to amend the area. So we would add this property into the East University area, and then that would legitimize the rest of its abatement schedule. The other option is to notify the property owner there was an error and they can no longer receive abatement. I believe they're in the third year of a 10-year abatement schedule at this point. So if we did that, that would mean in tax years, starting in tax year 2021, they would not get any abatement any longer. And that would be because it's an error in that they should not have been eligible in the first place. So that is something we need to have direction on. If there's another option that the city council has on how to proceed, then we're open to that. But those are the only two that we thought were really appropriate for the situation that we found ourselves in.
I think option 2 is tricky. I mean, I don't know if Mark is still on the line, but issues of detrimental reliance. I mean, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but it just seems harsh to pull that out. It's a similarly situated property. Not that I'm making an equal protection clause argument, but it seems like if it's similar to the others, why don't we just amend the boundary?
That's a recommendation. That is a staff's recommendation, if you notice.
Yeah.
I would move that we amend the boundary to include 313 Lynn within the East University impacted urban revitalization area.
Second.
Discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried.
Okay, thanks. We have direction.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate your time, and that was a lengthy report. All right, we're gonna move on to hearings. Item 23, hearing on Unit 8 precipitator roof replacement. Does council have any questions for staff on this particular item? If not, I declare the public hearing on Unit 8 precipitator roof replacement to be open. Brian, is there anybody wishing to address council on this item?
Mayor, there is not.
Okay, hearing none. Closed public hearing. Entertain a motion accepting the report of bids and delaying the award.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Item 24, hearing on power plant Unit 8 turbine generator overhaul. Any questions for Mr. Kahn? He's available. Hearing none, declare the public hearing on the power plant Unit 8 turbine generator overhaul to be open. Brian, is there anybody on the line that would like to address council on this item?
Mayor, there is not.
Thank you. I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion accepting the report of bids and delaying the award.
Moved.
Corriere?
Second.
Betcher seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 25, hearing on the 2020-2021 Seal Coat Program, Franklin Avenue from Lincoln Way to Oakland Avenue. Any questions for staff on this item? Hearing none, declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Brian, is there anybody that wishes to address council on this one?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan, specifications, and awarding contract to Manats of Ames, Iowa in the amount of $946,841.53.
So moved.
Second.
Betcher and Corriere, thank you. Roll call.
Katie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin,
Thank you. Item 26, hearing on the 2020-2021 Seal Coat Street Pavement Improvement Program, East 8th Street, Duff Avenue to Carroll Avenue. Any questions for staff?
I don't have a question, but I'd just like to let council know that I think that this project is a great example of the way staff was able to work with the citizens who live along this very small street to come to a resolution of some disagreement about what this project should be like. And I think it was a successful process. And I'm hoping that this is going to be solving a lot of problems for the people who live along East 8th Street.
Thank you. All right, I declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Brian, anyone present that wants to address council on this one?
No, there is not.
Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plans and specifications and awarding the contract to All Star Concrete of Ankeny, Iowa in the amount of $161,610.46.
So moved.
Second.
Betcher and Corriere, thank you. Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Item 27, public hearing on the 2020-2021 right-of-way restoration using standard vegetation. Any questions for staff? Declare public hearing on this item to be open. Brian, anyone?
No, there is not.
Okay, declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Country Landscapes Incorporated of Ames, Iowa, in the amount of $96,175.65.
So moved.
Second.
Betcher and Corriere, thank you. Roll call.
Garten,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
Okay, item 28, hearing on the 2020-2021 right-of-way restoration using native vegetation. Any questions for staff? Declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Brian?
I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, I'll declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding a contract to Country Landscapes Incorporated of Ames, Iowa in the amount of $45,426.25.
So moved.
Beatty Hansen,
Second.
Betcher, thank you. Roll call.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Item 29, hearing on the 2018-19 stormwater facility rehabilitation for Little Blue Stem. Any questions for staff on this one? Hearing none, I declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Brian?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to J&K Contracting of Urbandale, Iowa in the amount of $133,233.
So moved.
Betcher,
Second.
Martin, seconded. Thank you. Roll call.
Corriere.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Edie Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Okay, on to item 30, public hearing on 2019-2020 traffic signal program at Lincoln Way and Beach Avenue. Any questions for staff? Declare the public hearing on this item open. Brian?
Mayor, I do not see anyone with their hand raised.
All right, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion rejecting all bids and directing staff to rebid the project.
So moved.
Martin,
Second.
Betcher seconded. Thank you. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you. Item 31, hearing on the 2020-2021 traffic signal program, South Duff and South Fifth Street. Any questions for staff? Declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Brian?
Mayor, I see no one with their hand raised.
Okay, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plans, specifications, and awarding the contract to Voltner Incorporated of Decorah, Iowa, in the amount of $208,696.51.
So moved.
Martin? Corriere seconded. Thank you. Roll call.
Martin.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Okay, item 32, hearing on 2019-2020 multimodal roadway improvements, 13th Street and Clark Avenue. Questions for staff? Declare the public hearing to be open. Brian?
Mayor, I see no one with their hand raised.
Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding contract to Voltner Incorporated of Decorah, Iowa, in the amount of $109,589.30.
So
Garten and Beatty Hansen. Thank you. Roll call.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Garten.
aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Martin. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you, yes.
And item 33, with great pleasure, we're talking about the Baker subdivision. Any questions for staff?
I do have one question, and I just can't remember whether we discussed this. I think maybe I couldn't find it written down. Are we provisioning conduit as part of the infrastructure build for the purpose of carrying fiber?
Billy can answer that.
I think Vanessa was going to try to be online for this, but do you see her there in the participants? Anybody?
I did see her.
Yeah, she's an attendee.
There she is. Miss Vanessa.
Brian's got her in.
Need to unmute her.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yes, when we submitted our 2019-23 consolidated plan, HUD now requires that high-speed Wi-Fi be part of any new construction. So even though it's not part of this particular utility instruction, this is the city's utility improvement. So we will be working with various Wi-Fi companies to get that service as part of the subdivision development.
I guess
You see it on the plans and specs.
So does that mean conduit when we're trenching for electrical, or does that mean just something that works?
It'll be, it has to be available to each household. So we'll be determining what companies are already in the facility and what cost that would be to have that trenched in.
So David, it's not in these improvement plans. We will be working with providers to see who will come along and coordinate with our construction timing to get the broadband internet installed while we're doing construction.
Okay, so I guess my only comment is obviously, when you have trenches open is a good time to put in conduit. And so if that's happening anyway because of electrical provision, it might be wise for us to take that opportunity to install empty conduit that later whoever provider is interested in providing the service would be able to use. We discussed this with respect to the subdivision ordinance at one point.
Yeah, so so it's not in this set of plans. Our expectation was to reach out to the providers and let them install it hopefully at the same time that we're out there and that we're not taking on that cost. If we find out that we have to take on a cost, then yes, we will try to facilitate that in the lowest cost manner possible.
Okay, thanks. That clears it up for me.
Any other questions for staff? All right, declare the public hearing on this particular project to be open.
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding the contract to Construct Incorporated of Ames, Iowa in the amount of $1,317,872.65.
So moved.
Fetcher? B.D. Hanson was second. All right, roll call.
Sure.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
B.D. Hanson.
Thank you. Item 34. I entertain motion on third passage and adoption of ordinance number 4419, revising municipal code section 17.33, pertaining to selling, giving, or supplying tobacco, tobacco products, or cigarettes to persons under 18 years of age. Sorry, motion.
Third passage.
All right, Martin moved.
Second.
Seconded by Vescher. Roll call.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
B.D. Hanson.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
All right, disposition of communications to council. We have two of them. One from Planning and Housing regarding the request to amend the Ames Urban Fringe Plan Map designation for approximately 4.3 acres located at 27107 Timber Road, Ames. Kelly, you have any comments on this one?
I really don't. I think, as we said in the memo, you from time to time get this request. It's trying to be project specific and using a policy tool to address a specific property, which is always a little difficult to square with how we've done things. So in the past, we have not really initiated this kind of request, but it's up to the city council if you want to put it on an agenda to discuss further.
That'd be the next step then, in other words. It would be placed on an agenda for further discussion. Is that correct?
If there's no interest in it, it would die tonight. If you want to discuss it, then you'd have to direct us to put it on a future agenda.
Is there a motion to place on a future agenda, or actually it'd be nice to have a motion just to deny any further action on this one.
Right.
So can someone sort of summarize the pros and cons of the options here?
I think we got to be careful. I think if you want that, if you don't have sufficient information in the memo to make a decision, then we should put it on an agenda.
Yeah.
If you're deliberating on something, we hope that the memo is clear enough for you to give you an idea whether you want to proceed with it or not. So if you think you need more information before you can make that decision, it has to be on the agenda, I would think.
I would move that we not take action on this.
Is there a second?
Second.
David? All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed?
I realize I have to abstain on this one.
Okay, and Garten abstains. Okay, motion passes 5-0-1. And then letter from Greg Northrup, President and CEO of Verbio North America. And Council Steve.
Yeah. So this actually has two parts to it. It involves the city of Ames and our annexation agreement with them that, believe it or not, is going to expire this year, a 10-year agreement, and how it impacts Verbio, which is the old DuPont project that wants to make an investment and wants to amend that particular line, demarcation line. There is a timeliness issue here, so rather than ask for a memo, I'd ask you that we put this on a future agenda so we can get an answer either way for the company and the city of Nevada.
I'd move that we put it on a future agenda.
Barbie?
Gloria moved to put it on a future agenda.
We could expedite it that way.
Is there a second?
Second.
Tim, all right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. All right, moving on to council comments. Tim, we'll start with you tonight.
Oh, give me 1 second. I've got a couple in queued up here.
All right, I'll go to Rachel then. I'll come back to you. Rachel.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify my yes vote a little bit. I'm still very kind of disappointed with how that discussion went tonight. Just because what we did tonight is legal doesn't mean it's ethical. And I think it's kind of frustrating to end up essentially where we were before with an unenforceable expectation of mask wearing. And I just wanted to clarify that I voted yes because I think that what's proposed is better than nothing. But in my opinion, I think it falls short of what our community and our residents need in the face of this public health crisis. And I really just wanted to echo what someone said during public forum. People who do not wear masks impede my freedom to stay alive. I think it's really important that we wear masks with this expectation, even without a mandate to protect others, not just ourselves.
Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you. Nicole.
Just echoing what Rachel said, I think she made a lot of really good points.
Thank you. Rowan?
Sorry, nothing for me tonight.
All right. David?
We spoke about our motivations behind the votes taken tonight on previous occasions and been through this a lot, so I don't want to repeat it. But it was tough. I understand there are a lot of issues people analyze differently. I don't think it's really a question of behaving unethically tonight. I don't think that's what happened. But it was tough, and I'm grateful for the community, and I hope that that we can live forward with this. Thank you.
Gloria?
I would agree with what David has just said. And anybody who thinks that vote was easy doesn't know what we've been going through with this and what the community members who have contacted us have been going through. So I want to thank everybody who gave us input on both sides of the issue. It's very important for us to hear that and to understand where our constituents and others stand on important issues. One other thing that I want to mention that I'm very excited about is that 6 members of the council, including the mayor in that, and 6 members of Iowa State University staff, the members of the police department, facilities planning and management, and the Dean of Students Office are all going to be participating in the International Town and Gown Association sponsored Race Equity and Leadership Training event with Leon Andrews in September. And I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us to partner. We're all part of the same Ames ISU team for this. And I'm looking forward to having some good discussions with our partners from Iowa State. That's all I got.
Thank you. Amber?
Nothing for me.
Tim?
Okay, go through these fast. I've emailed council on a couple of items. There is a vacant lot on South 4th that I think would be interesting. It's 400 South 4th Street, I believe is the address. And I think it'd be valuable to take a look at that as a potential park to serve a neighborhood that is sorely lacking for that kind of space. So I would move that we refer that to staff for consideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, David. Steve, how's this fit in with the Parks and Recreation Commission and their master plan? Is this really a question that goes to,
That's
referred to Parks and Rec, or?
No, that's something we would analyze, part of the analysis, how it fits in their plan.
So Tim's motion, if it's successful, then this gets routed over to them to look at it then, right? Not council or staff?
Oh, no, it's the Parks and Rec staff will look at it.
Yeah, okay. All right. Everyone understand the motion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Carried, thank you.
Item 2, I would like to recommend to staff to evaluate the risks and best practices of turning the water fountains on in the parks. I provided council with a link to CDC recommendations on dealing with outdoor water fountains. I think this will have a tremendous benefit to our public with very little risk.
I'll second.
Ron, seconded. Any discussion?
So just for clarification, you're just asking staff to put this through their analysis process and then decide whether they think we should turn on the water. It's not coming back to us, right?
Yeah, you wanted to come back to you, didn't you?
I anticipate this coming back to us, but I would like to get the staff. I don't want to start making those decisions in the absence of staff advice. That's what we have you for.
Yeah, it just seemed to me that this was maybe something that's more in line with our mandate to Parks and Rec to assess their facilities and decide when it's appropriate to open or not open. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Steve, is that's out of line?
I think Tim wants to pull this out of that particular thing and look at it. He's pulling that one item out. And would like to give us direction, I think.
If you utilize our parks, it's really rough to have no access to water. And the CDC makes it clear that with these outdoor water fountains, there's no risk. Their opinion is little to no risk of transmission of COVID-19. So we're turning off the water without any benefit to the public. But that's my take. I'd like to get the staff's opinion and then your opinion.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, Steve suggested I bring this back. We have, there have been 3 properties that have been referred to staff that are in pretty rough shape. And I apologize, Steve, there's one I don't know. There's a property at the 1200 block of Northwestern, a property on Grand, and there's one on the west side. And
Also one at the 1500 block of Carroll. The Carroll
okay.
that we've got. I know at least Gloria and I have gotten.
That's 1500 block of Maxwell.
Maxwell.
Yeah, are you thinking of Tripp Street, Tim?
I'm not thinking of anything right now.
That's the one I thought was on the west side, or maybe I got that wrong too.
Okay,
As I mentioned before.
so okay, Amy needs specificity in the motion in terms of either addresses or just, do you have that, Steve?
I don't think that's the point of the motion, is it?
So let me try it this way. I would move
Mark could give you a report on the status of those 3 properties. I think there's a broader issue about asking us what changes we need in the municipal code that would give our staff some more tools to deal with these issues in the future. Right? Tim, is that
actually? So that would be fine. I'm actually interested in these properties.
Well, that's the Mark. Then Mark will have to write you. I thought he already did a status report on all those. Haven't you, Mark? You've done that in the past.
I don't believe I've done a status report on all of them lately, but okay. I can do that easily.
That's one. You want a status report from the city attorney on those 3 outstanding properties, right?
Maybe since I don't know all the properties. Could I, Mark? If I ask for a status report on all of the properties that have been referred because of poor maintenance, would that give you enough specificity?
Yes. No problem.
Well, I'm sorry.
Is that your motion?
The broader issue.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Corey, all right.
So we got to move the ball down the field on these properties, and so I'm willing to press a little bit to get some movement on these.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. And do you have something else you wanted in addition to that?
I do. Sorry, it sounds like it's a lot tonight. We got a memo back with respect to the Parks and Rec response to the courts, and I'm not happy with the response of Parks and Rec on this, and I would like to put this on our next agenda so that we can have a discussion as a council about whether we would waive all or part of the fees associated with the courts using the city auditorium for jury selection. This is an important opportunity for us to partner with another branch of government.
And this, first of all, see, there's a second. I think Steve will give us an update. Is there a second to the motion or not?
Second.
Okay, I think Deb can give you an update on whose responsibility is and what's been happening in this area. Deb, are you still there? Yeah, you are.
I'm still here. Yeah, so it is the county's responsibility to provide the space for the courts. And so in this situation, it was looking for that alternative location and then paying for it if there were fees associated with that. And the Board of Supervisors did, they received a memo from Scott Hand to consider the Gates Hall as an alternate location besides the city auditorium. And so I touched base with Board Chair Linda Merkin earlier today because it was on their agenda. And she said that they did vote in support of using Gates Hall.
Well, I think that's fairly unfortunate. I wish this would have come to council and we could have provided a little more guidance. These are Ames people by and large that would have been better served by having this, the jury selection process be done here in Ames. It would have helped them with transportation and just ease. But more importantly, it's a missed opportunity for us to partner with the courts in their hour of need. I serve on the facilities committee for the courts, and for the larger trials, in order to observe the social distancing, they need a larger facility. And I'm very disappointed in Parks and Rec and not being more flexible with our courts. That's probably a policy decision they're unwilling to make. I wish we could have made that decision. But if this is already said and done, there's nothing more to so.
You withdraw your motion?
I think it's a moot point.
There's a motion on the floor that was seconded, so.
Well, but it's, is it correct, Deb, that this is all resolved?
Yes.
That's my understanding.
You still have to withdraw your motion though.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Thank you. All right, anything else, Tim?
No.
Is there anything else that Steve was asking about though in terms
I
of?
like a motion because I'm trying to, excuse me. Amber, you know what I need?
Yes.
Go ahead, Amber.
I would move that we get a memo from staff on recommendations for potential additions or changes to the property maintenance code that would provide staff with more tools for enforcement.
Yep.
Second.
All right, as Corey and Bescher seconded, thank you. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Okay. Very good. I shared my comments at the beginning of the discussion regarding the face covering, and I guess I'll close by just saying thank you again to staff for all your efforts. Thank you, council, for those who volunteered and helped out in the different volunteer sites. Thank you to the entire community for all the work that you've done to help get us back on track. I'm seeing that a lot of the debris is getting hauled away from the neighborhoods and getting deposited in the growing brush pile. And I had the honor and privilege of volunteering a couple times out there, and we have some staff that are out there for a long time, working in those debris piles. But and power's all restored, and we were hopefully we're getting back to a semblance of normal once again. So anyway, with that said, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Tim, all right, we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Good night, everybody.